Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right to.
Let me stop you, ma'am.
Suspend their right
Habeas
to.
corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President
Habeas
Lincoln
corpus,
used it.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people, including American citizens, and hold them indefinitely for no reason. Habeas corpus is the foundational right that separates free societies like America from police states like North Korea. As a senator from the live free or die state, this matters a lot to me and my constituents and to all Americans. So Secretary Noem, do you support the core protection that habeas corpus provides, that the government must provide a public reason in order to detain and imprison someone?
Yeah, I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the President of the United States has the authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not.
It has never
Let
been,
us be clear, though,
it has
that this
never
president,
been done. It has never been done without approval of Congress. Even Abraham Lincoln got retroactive approval from Congress.
It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. I actually can't believe that clip is real. Now, interesting discussions flying around. Yes, that was Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, discussing habeas corpus. And without us, very clearly the impression is that she did not know what that meant. And the weird conversation around it today has been almost as if that was some kind of a ploy to get people to share that. And I'm trying to work my mind around how that makes sense. You know, the assumptive part being that there's something more to it. Look, what we can deal with is that was what came out. That's what the elements of the leadership of this country claimed, that the habeas corpus means that the president can do what they want. I agree, though, that is something that they want people to, like, almost that they want you to take that as the reality and move forward. But unless we discuss that, whether it's a ploy or not, how do we show people that's a lie? It's a terrifying reality where we are, where that's being put forward. I argue that's exactly why somebody like her was put in that position. Frankly, because I don't think she knew what that was. I could be wrong. Either way, the fact that she's saying it opposite should terrify everybody. But we're going to discuss that today, a very important development in that direction, really continuing to show you that this is not going to stop wherever. This is going to go increasingly for more power. It will continue to grow and grow from administration to administration like it always has. Like Corbett points out, like anybody else who has watched this beyond the partisan lens, it continues. One administration, the power they gain is handed to the next administration, and so on and so on. Never goes back the other direction. Now, we're going to talk about that in this conversation today. It's very important. In fact, in my opinion, one of the most important things happening to Americans. Health is another very, very important aspect of this, and I think it's important to highlight the direction it's actually going in right now. I'm going to start today with one point that I do think is an objectively positive thing. Even just the fact that it's being stated, not even happening yet, which I'll always make that point about, but even calling attention to it, I still think is a positive step. And so I want to point that out first. And we're going to talk about health in the conversation specifically of HHS and the claim on that exact point to start with, that they were going to stop recommending these shots for children and women, pregnant women, which I said at the time hadn't actually happened yet. And now we're going to find out that it's not going to, at least not in the moment. And the information they recently put out around the logic of why, in my opinion, the two categories that should get the least attention in regard to these shots. They should run screaming from these shots: pregnant women and young children. It's just insane that that's going to be the allowance when that's the worst. These things are deadly, in my opinion, for everybody. But of all categories, those two groups more than anything, and elderly people, the most vulnerable, should be running from the most dangerous thing. The crazy thing is that we're going to talk about how they're not only they're the idea of stop recommending them is, in my opinion, sort of a bait and switch. And I'll show you what I mean, and how now it is still going to be recommended, or rather still going to be used for those categories, but the group in between that, everybody else between the young people and the elderly. Well, let's for the minute, as I'm opening, carve off the pregnant women point. We'll get to that in a second. But the people in the middle of that, the bulk, they argue are no longer going to be recommended, but it's still there if you'd like it. And this is what really worries me about this conversation. One, that they did not do what they said in the first place, but yet the shots are still there. And not only that, they're ramping up the direction, mRNA shots. And I'm going to play you directly from the FDA and point you to what the HHS is saying. And I don't know how we can look at this as anything but the continuation of whatever happened before. You know, I'm trying to avoid making it left and right, even though it always is Biden's administration. But it's so important that we start recognizing that this is a whole of government direction, and always has been, in my opinion. But we're going to go over the health and as it relates to a few other points as well, other than the COVID direction, and especially the WHO pandemic accord, as it relates, interestingly, to the global conversation. But we'll get to the conversation about how it fits in with the U.S. now, seeing as how Donald Trump's administration has pulled out of the WHO. But there's more nuance to the conversation, as always. But an interesting development for how that's working out now. And I'll give you kind of both sides of it as I see it, and how it could, ultimately be part of the plan, as we should always consider, or maybe is the Trump, or rather the U.S. government, going in a direction away from the global coordination around health, which I would like, but it seems to challenge every other part that they're doing. And so it's worth considering how that plays out. We're going to talk about a two-party overlap to the conversation today, and how I think you're seeing a lot more than usual sort of, for example, bringing up the conversation of Clinton body count, or talking about World Trade Building 7 and 9/11. And these are all very important conversations that you should not be shying away from. But why all of a sudden, right? Why now? And in very surface level ways, I think it's about something else personally. And we'll go over some of these different deviations, the weird 86 conversation that's being overtaking a lot of people's minds, which it's interesting to see what grabs people. And of course, the Epstein point. And that's where I wanted to overlap this with the two-party illusion. We're seeing a very interesting deviation from the Joneses and the rest out there around the Bongino and Kash Patel. Weirdly, exactly like all of us were saying that have been consistent about this, right? Concerned about who the people were and where they came from and their lives from before, and how we, not knew for sure, but predicted the worrisome direction it was going to go. And the people called us black-pilled and lunatics, and we have to trust the plan. And now all of a sudden, it's seeming like logic to highlight the thing that we were always telling you was going to happen. Certainly frustrating, and important to highlight the people can change their minds. But I think it's something different when we come to the certain overlaps we're going to highlight. And of course, the claim that Epstein didn't kill himself, and how they grapple with that while trying to make sense of how they're still honest people. And they're just trying to play, it's sort of an RFK point about where he's trapped in the situation. Maybe, but I'm not the one to assume in their benefit, especially when it comes to government. But we're going to talk then again about the immigration overlap and the habeas corpus point and immigration and the incredible direction of this, especially understanding, as we've been telling you, by the way, for a very long time, because the evidence has been showing that. But now there's another report from the Cato Institute showing you that at least 50 people that are currently in El Salvador, as we've been telling you, were here legally and had no criminal record, save for, I think, two of them that had, one was a minor one, and both minor. One was, I think, a drug offense. One, I think, was a traffic offense, neither of which would justify El Salvador, especially if you're here legally in this country. And that's insane to think about. 50 people, and that's what we know about, who are basically in a Guantanamo Bay style prison, possibly for the rest of their lives, because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time with a tattoo. And that is the reality of this conversation, despite the screeching claims of people like Noem, which is what they'll do. They'll say, well, they're all terrible criminals and terrorists and human traffickers, and they rape and they murder, a broad sense about the group and the gang. But that's not what they're part of, despite your lies. And they keep pushing that. They just revert into, you're stopping us from deporting illegal women. That's not what's going on, though. We can prove that they're not illegal, that they were not here illegally, that they have no criminal record. It's just this constant roundabout conversation. Or we can go back to Garcia, which we'll point out briefly, or the tattoo artist who's still in El Salvador, who's been, both of which they have no evidence to prove in any way, shape, or form. Even the courts have acknowledged to back up the claim that they're part of these gangs. And even if they're part of the gangs, that's not actual terrorism. So that doesn't align with the enemy Alien Enemies Act, which defines that as such, needing a state actor and a terror. It's just become so abstract and so obviously dishonest. And of course, that overlaps with a few other points we're going to get to around sort of the two-party illusion grappling with that very conversation. But there's a specific case that I want to make sure we highlight, that we've seen the discussion of U.S. citizens. And yes, there have been U.S. citizens deported, not just the children. We have seen examples of U.S. citizens that were moments away from being sent until they were stopped by the Supreme Court. But we have an example of a younger individual who is currently in El Salvador, maximum security prison. And again, based on a tattoo, who the mother is currently fighting to prove that he was here legally. And again, many different examples of people who basically went through this long, arduous process of going through, what we argue is supposed to happen, going through the process, vetting yourself over weeks and months in order to come to this country, and then coming to the country and then getting snatched up and sent to El Salvador. That's what happened to this kid. I mean, it really is insane. And the only thing they're claiming is his tattoos, and whatever we won't show you that we have back here proves that he's an evil criminal. That's why due process exists, you understand. And he was never afforded that, despite that being his right. And of course, we're going to end with the conversation of Israel. And I do want to make sure that you know about this to start, because how insane this is, but it'll be a point at the end to discuss, and the overlap of how I think it's important that they don't want you to see this, that Israel has continued to starve Gaza. And in the most grotesque ways, to the point to where they've played with this, to people like Smotrich are now proudly telling you that we know that they've always been doing that was the plan, which we know, and he's telling you, but your government won't tell you that, and the media won't tell you that, the mainstream alternative media sure as hell won't tell you that. And how now that they're basically pretending to send in some aid, and then it didn't happen, and the UN calls them out. And then it gets uncomfortable for the U.S. government. And suddenly they go, okay, fine, we'll send in some, and then still nothing comes through. And it's this, they're playing with these people's lives, children, women, and not just starving them, but psychological operation, like manipulating them, terrorizing these people as they starve them to death. And the idea that they're going to take all of Gaza, that Trump's telling you that we're going to take it for a freedom city. I mean, how did we even get here? How is that an acceptable conversation for a president of the United States to say that we're going to take something after they just bombed it into submission and turn it into something that's not for the people you stole it from? Why do you even have a say in this? Anyway, it is insane to me. And we're going to end with that point today. But let's start with the important point, a positive point in regard to microplastics. Now, Kennedy put this out. This was 2 days ago. Microplastics are everywhere. I'm really honestly glad that somebody is putting this front and center, because it's been talked about for a long time, but very few have ever really leaned into this conversation. And the mask edition made it horrendously worse, rapidly, almost, if you will, exponentially worse. Now, maybe not to the definition, but like a rapidly growing. I mean, you could say that because of how much more at the time masks were being used in an increasingly rapid fashion, and the microplastic situation went out of control, and it was already out of control. The point is, you can do tests right now. You'll find it in most people's bodies, in the foods and drinks that you're consuming. It's insane. It's like everything else we're dealing with, which is beyond a level of normalcy. And so he finally talks about it, or I mean, rather he's been talking about it, but it finally becomes, through technically this is his account. Well, is that did they just change the name? I don't know. Okay, never mind. This is the official HHS secretary account, which is what I'm saying. I'm glad to see it come through that. Here's what he says. Microplastics are everywhere, in our waters, our soil, our food, even our organs. All true. Easy to prove. There's been studies going around for years. This isn't just pollution. It's a market failure. I agree with that. Corporations aren't poisoning us out of malice, but out of economic necessity. That has to change. Well, that's a hard thing to grapple with, because I find that to be a dishonest statement. He will tell you there are easy examples of malicious action, malice, of people doing so because of a government. I mean, look, I don't want to go, it's all hypothetical in the sense of the broader point of why. But we know, for example, with the COVID-19 point, as even he has admitted to, there's just no way around it. People in this discussion made choices that were meant to either hurt or experiment on you. There's no way around that. That's why people like Dr. Now I'm blanking all of a sudden on his name. It's right here. I thought it was Michael Yeadon. One of our most popular interviews from Taylor Hudak, who, by the way, I just reached out to. She's been doing we're trying to get her back and doing some more interviews and articles. Not that we necessarily stop, but just for the same reason that everybody else, we're kind of slowing down on output for obvious reasons due to financial strain because of nonsense. Either way, Michael Yeadon interview. And he, not in the interview necessarily, but in his conversations as a very highly regarded scientist, went to the word evil. And he grappled with that, going like, I don't even know, I'm not one to use this word, but this is evil, because he came to the understanding that this was not an accident. So my point in the microplastics idea, or my point on the microplastics and regarding the poisoning, remember, Catherine Austin Fitts, she calls all this the great poisoning. Like, this is not, and that's not some hyperbolic statement. So that I'm not really trying to nitpick this entirely. It's just that I worry that this, in like everything else, is about, bringing it forward to in some way hide, like we all want accountability, whether it's Fauci or Gates or anybody else involved with these things. We want accountability, not we know it's a bad thing and we're going to study it more and put it to the side, which is kind of what we're getting today. I want people to go to jail for what happened. I want people to be held accountable for what happened. So when you say something like that, I worry that at the very least, it's not necessarily, like, you could say maybe not intentionally doing this to kill people, but I would argue there's examples of this that deserves more than just that it's in their business interest to do so, that there's criminal action taking place that's being allowed by corporations. And that's a different thing too. Anyway, I just want to point that out. But I do agree overall that this is a failure of the U.S. government, of the corporations. And he goes on to say the Trump administration will fix the incentives and stop this toxic cycle. Will reward companies that innovate with safe, sustainable packaging and regulate the chemicals that don't belong anywhere near your food. Again, I always think it's interesting, as I pointed out the entire time during the Biden administration, the word sustainable is not bad. It became a buzzword because that became sort of, you get the extreme partisan game where anything that becomes woke, and it's not. The point, though, is that we should fight for sustainability. The reality is what both sides of your government drive isn't ever really a sustainability. It's more of a like we talk about, the woke ideology as a foot in the door to achieve something else. But in this case, sustainable packaging we should all want. But I think it's interesting that you'll probably get pushback from people that see that only as a bad WHO thing, even though it's not. But overall, I will like this when it happens. But like I said, the fact that it's even pointing to it now is I don't see that enough with this topic. But either way, like I simply, and you can just look for yourself. This is just grok. And I made this point before about why this can be useful, but never blindly trust this. We just did a panel about this on the IMA. I use this in the cases of the partisan overlap of the conversation, because I find that people on this platform are more willing to accept what grok will show them sometimes, which is interesting. In a weird way, I almost feel like people that are now going to grok to counter a point from the right is making them hate it, which is a very interesting, I think, unexpected side effect. Entertaining in its own right. But nonetheless, anybody who's not partisan, or rather is objective regardless of partisanship, checks these things. And there are always source material that are included with these things at the bottom. You can check it for yourself. It's all right there. But I asked this about what actions they've taken to reduce the plastics in the environment. I was genuinely curious to see if there had anything that had started, even though it's a new point. And it simply says, as of now, there's no specific actions, which I expected. That's not a criticism. They just announced it. But it says directly addressing microplastic reduction. But here's the interesting overlap, though, and this is from Grok. While RFK Jr.'s statements indicate potential interest in tackling microplastics in the food supply, these lack substantiation through policy, which is expected since he just announced it. But the administration's broader deregulatory and fossil fuel-focused agenda, including reversals of single-use plastic bans and support of plastic production, may indirectly, I wouldn't even use the word indirectly, may increase microplastic pollution rather than reduce it. So that's the thing we keep finding. And I wasn't looking for that. I was just trying to see if they'd actually done anything, like started to reduce this or ordered through the HHS action. And I knew that. It's so funny that you can see, like, it's sort of like the overlapping point about stopping, like on the left fighting for sustainable, what's the word they used? ESG and all that. And then they gave themselves a pass on nuclear technology and other military things because, well, we fight for freedom and that's in the interest of sustainability or whatever. It was this broken logic. It's the same thing you keep seeing here in any side where they say that, but then ultimately overall, and you could argue it's not all within HHS's purview, but it seems to go against that the direction. But either way, I am hopeful that of all people, RFK Jr. will be the one to drive that. I do think that he does have interest in these things. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Now, that's all in the interest of at least seeing a positive direction. But I wanted to overlap that with a point to the counterbalance, which is, I guess, Grok and a comparison to Chat GPT, both answering in, I think, a very politically controlled way. We just talked about, I knew I was going to include that. Let me see if I've got it right here. The last show we did about this. Right. Oh, no, that's not the right one. I was thinking of my last show in regard to him altering Grok around the Afrikaners conversation, which was really, really conspicuous. And he's done that many times now, like with the visas conversation. Basically, he got caught. His own AI told on him as they were asking, and they would ask about baseball, and they'd respond with white genocide in South Africa until people asked, why are you responding about that? And they've literally said, because my creators at XAI made me say this against my programming, like literally responded that way. It's just insane. So, and people still pretend like they're not lying about it all. The point is, you want to know more about that conversation. There is nuance to it. People are being hurt on all sides of the conversation. The point, though, is that they're lying about the major parts of it. And you can watch that show for you. It's right here if you want. The point, though, is what's interesting is the overlap of how either any of these AI chat bots can be manipulated by the input of data, like we've all been talking about. So here's Steve Kirch in the context of health saying, I asked ChatGPT if there was 500 cases of triplets developing autism at the same time, and in all 500 cases, it happened within 2 hours after a vaccine. He says, if there were. What is the probability that there's a link between vaccines and autism? Like, think about that setup. So he's asking an AI chatbot, if there were 500 cases of triplets, 3 kids born at the same time, all developing autism at the same time, and in all the 500 cases that happened within 2 hours of vaccines, what's the probability that there's a link? A link, he says. Most people would say 100%, but ChatGPT said it would be too hard to estimate. Google insists the correlation is not causation, which it's not, but too hard to estimate? That is ridiculous. Now, here's the counterbalance. Somebody goes, hey, Grok, what do you think about it? Exact parameters. Give me your answer. Here's what it says. The probability of vaccines causing autism in this scenario is 0%. Like, how is that even possible? 0%? Like, to my mind, the only way you get that answer is with manipulation. Nothing is 0% in almost the idea that, especially when you're talking about the idea that we know. So here's the point. For these input data, these chatbots, they've been told clearly that there's no connection, despite the peer-reviewed science that has found a link, despite many different overlaps that have come out, or even the vax conversation, the CDC cover-up. I mean, this stuff is not debatable as far as I'm concerned. Now, you could argue that there's more nuance to it, but the link has been established, guys. And this is 0%, he's saying. Grok is saying, excuse me. Autism develops over time, often with genetic root. Yeah, exactly. So when it happens dramatically after a shot, that's the indication, and cannot manifest within 2 hours of vaccination. So basically, he's not clearly making a conscious or a choice for whatever we're talking about. I meant conscious in the sense of whoever may be dictating its parameters to just go, well, that's not possible, so I'm going to answer like that's not the case. He didn't ask you whether it's possible. He said, here's the parameter. All of them took the shots. They all got it right afterward. All 3 kids at the same time. What in that hypothetical scenario would be the possibility? And it simply says, that's not possible, making the scenario biologically implausible. Wow. And then somebody put forward, for the love of God, reread the scenario, right? He's literally saying, showing that that's the case. And he says 0%. Again, it doubles down. I just want to make that clear. So there is no place in which you would take at face value what these things are saying. It is simply a tool, which I argue even like, it's funny. I said this before, and I still find reasons to justify it, which we all do. We all rationalize. We just talked about that versus reasoning. But I do find that this isn't, I'm laughing because I yelled at myself in the studio before. I'm like, why am I still using this? And here we are, right? But it's about trying to find the reasoning for how I'm reaching people. You know, my point is I recommend not to use these things. And I only use them when it's about points like this. Maybe I should stop in general. I said it last time. I need to kick my butt and make myself stop. But see, I do think that this reaches certain people. You know what I mean? Like when you can show them both the contradiction of it. Anyway, I think that's very fascinating how that's being applied. Now, if you want more on this in the general overarching discussion about AI and its influence on research and investigation, we had a great talk here. Corbett was there. Whitney was there. Had a great talk about the discussion of AI and how it's used. Now, on the point of the health overlap, and let's not forget, by the way, that AI is being used to develop these mRNA drugs. That is not a secret. So right now, when they're driving forward about these things, including the new COVID or the new universal, which I'll grab that since I mentioned it. We just did a show about that. The HHS universal platform. universal, next generation universal vaccine platform. And of course, it's about COVID and flu and everything, RSV eventually, and make that very clear. I don't know how in the world that's not mRNA. It doesn't get into the meat of it yet. I'm sure they're going to be really close to the chest about that. Either way, this has been the dream of Fauci and Rick Bright and the rest of them for quite a long time. You can't miss this stuff. And that, to me, is not the direction that Maha thought this was going to go in. So Mary Talibode, who you should follow, says, honestly, I'm scared to post this until we hear directly from Senator Kennedy. And she's right, by the way. Wall Street Journal, and this was on the 15th, says HHS to stop recommending routine COVID shots for children, pregnant women. Now, you could argue that the routine might make this more accurate. You'll see what I mean. But I feel like this is exactly why you don't go, we did it, when they say we're going to do something. Here's how this went down. Oh, and so first, this was today, just asking, has HHS stopped? This is even right now, by the way. This is as of today. So regardless of even the new developments, this is always the important thing that they haven't actually initiated any real change that's started to happen yet. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow. But that matters to me. The statements of what we're doing it's like we need to start reporting on them when they happen, not when politicians tell you they're about to do something. But I simply said, has HHS stopped recommending the COVID shot for children and pregnant women? Says, yes, the Department of Health and Human Services has stopped recommending routine COVID shots for vaccines for children, teenagers, pregnant women, according to multiple reports from May. Okay, you may think I made a mistake. No, I haven't, because I went on to go, okay, I asked you whether they had stopped the recommendation, not if they said they were going to. Look, even Grok falls for it. I don't think that's by accident. So have they, as of right now, stopped the recommendation, or have they just said they would? And it says, as of May 20th, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has not officially stopped the recommendation. That literally contradicts itself, which makes that point from before. You can work this thing and get it's manipulatable. And I think that's by design, quite frankly. But the point, nonetheless, is they haven't actually taken any action as of yet. Then we'll keep going because it doesn't seem like they're going to. And I think this is more of a hollowed out point. But the point is that they're willing to make you think things have happened when just because they said they were going to. Now, here's even Mary Talibode today. This is the 20th, saying, so the news leak was a lie. Surprise, surprise. They wanted that momentum. They want their people to support them. And also, I honestly think the way this works is that they want people that blindly support them, or maybe are a little more willing to support them if they get what they want, to take that at face value, report it like they win, and then they're much more willing to defend that lie when they're putting themselves on the line. And so when it doesn't happen, a lot of those people might attack those that call it out because they feel like they have to defend what they thought was the reality. There's a lot of this that goes into the propaganda social engineering. But she simply goes, these shots will continue to be given to children and pregnant women. Yep. And here, we'll get into this. I'll show you this actual video. This is the FDA pointing out McCary and Prasad discussing these things. I'll actually play some clips for you from them. Before we get there, Jurassic Carl on May 15th made an interesting point. Using captioning Matthew Shaw here, saying, and this is a quote from Dr. Kathleen Stratton, author of the 2004 Institute of Medicine Review and Vaccine Safety. The point of no return, and just a screenshot from the actual transcript, the point of no return, the line we will not cross in public policy is to pull the vaccine, the COVID shot. Change the schedule. We won't say compensate. We won't say pull the vaccine. And this is simply showing hepatitis B this is as of the 14th, by the way, hepatitis B is still on the brand spanking newborn vaccine schedule. All these different side points, these are all under this is all HHS, RFK Jr., MAHA. Seriously? Hepatitis B for a sexually transmitted disease of day one of life? As she writes, no questions, no risk factors, no pause. How do we normalize this? I mean, you can't just solve everything in 1 second, guys. But my point would be, as always, if you knew these things were bad, as he was telling you before this position, the first thing I would do in this position you could post it online somewhere. Here are all the things that I'm going to change over the next year. Make sure you stop using them now. That's I just don't know why. I mean, I do, but that's what you should question. I mean, I believe I understand why. But Jurassic Carl says this is why they are kicking and screaming in the face of calls to pull the COVID shots. Once they do it, it jeopardizes the whole franchise. He's right. The mRNA, lipid nanoparticle gene therapy vaccine industry, CRISPR, crap, zero liability, non-placebo, random controlled trials, scheduled pipelines. And some of these things seem to be they seem to suggesting they're going to change. But he's right, though. Like, once you pull that rug out, the model goes away, and they don't want that because they've got hundreds. It's well over hundreds. I forget the exact breakdown. And I think it was like Moderna had 40 something, Pfizer had so many, and they're working on these different mRNA shots. It was Mary Talley Bowden that shared it. Well, you could look it up. I think you just look up on Wikipedia and other places, at least or I shouldn't say that. I don't recommend Wikipedia, but that's easy for people. You can look these things up on general, on their websites, FDA, HHS, and so on, or even Pfizer, Moderna. And there's a lot in the pipeline. And there's CureVac, and there's all sorts of them. That's Elon's overlap. And they're making tons of mRNA shots right now. So that is an industry they don't want to stop. Now, Les Toolish points out, witnessing a powerful confluence of interest between profiteers and social engineers who benefit from the long-term chronic illness, sterility, and lifespan management of the underclass, which they consider to be both their domesticated beasts of burden and escaped feral. I think it's important to highlight the interesting, I think there are a lot of people that are very much aware of where this is going. I say it a lot, but I really want to always make sure you understand that it's not like, I think we tend to get framed as the independent media as some kind of like, minority rebel trying to break through. And sometimes that is the case, but I'm telling you guys, I can't stop seeing evidence of how many people are very aware of most of these. I mean, COVID is obvious to me. I can't believe we even debate that anymore. But Mary Talley Bowden also goes on to say COVID shots, and this is from the 16th, COVID shots are still under the PrEP Act. The PrEP Act, by the way, of 2005, Bush, but ultimately really brought into the horrifying power that we've seen today through the COVID-19 dynamic under Donald Trump. I believe it was 2020 or 2021, says under PrEP Act, they're still protected as of right now, even if removed from the schedule, by the way. And that's the whole problem with this, is there's a whole weird liability shield and all sorts of stuff that applies to these regardless of how they're set up. And the whole childhood point, is how that's really supposed to play, that once they add to the childhood schedule, they get the immunity liability, but the PrEP Act has changed that scenario, and now it's applied to apparently a lot of different things. And she says, but HHS and manufacturers failed to enforce mandatory informed consent conditions for COVID shots under emergency use authorization. That too, by the way, which is expanded and essentially just has this omnipresent problem from the FDA by suppressing information about serious adverse effects and lack of efficacy, hence preventing recipients from informed consent, which should be a crime. It is a crime. The shots should not qualify as covered countermeasures because of that, with liability immunity under the PrEP Act. And she shows the PrEP Act has been a near impossible hurdle to overcome for patients harmed during the pandemic. So another example of how they created this situation. And I'm not making this about Trump alone. This is a government whole dynamic, but it's important for those that want to act like he's the only one saving you from it, that all of this, Operation Warp Speed included, rolled out under Trump. By the way, I didn't mention this to start. Apparently we're dealing with some pretty severe weather here. There was apparently a couple tornadoes in the general area. I'm not joking. So if we lose power, just want to let you know that I'll try to jump back on as soon as I can. But if we get a serious event here, like power lines goes down, I may lose power in general. That seems to be kind of the somewhat constant where I am. We'll see how that works out. And if I do, by the way, I'll just come back on and finish when I can, if not tomorrow. But let's keep going since we've got some time. Brooke Jackson highlights what she said in regard to the PrEP Act and adds this: beware, the government will take away your right to sue, ignore your injuries and stand there claiming it's all constitutional because one person says three magic words: public health emergency. That applies to anybody, including Trump, including Biden. It's just the U.S. government or anybody in power, as she won't shy away from calling out. She says, next, they'll argue we must sacrifice the rights of the few, the injured, for the benefit of the many. This is one of those BS public health policies where she says, where can I download it? Is there a book of secrets locked away somewhere in DC that we don't know about? Most of it goes that direction. National security, whatever the narrative is to hide behind. And it says, no, there's not. So you can't access it. But even if there was, it's been redlined so many times by pharma whores, ugly ass bureaucrats, she writes, and crooked politicians. And you know what? You know what's left? Opinions of courts that are used as gospel or a license to trample the rights of the most vulnerable who are gaslit because they dare to ask for justice. Like Maddie McGarry, the girl who took a shot in the trial that was supposed to decide if they were safe and never left a wheelchair. And they wrote down stomachache. Swear, if you don't know that story by now, think about that. That has been one of the that was one of the earliest examples. She's currently, last time I checked, still in a wheelchair with a tube in her nose because she took that shot, because she was told that it would be okay. And then they wrote down stomach ache like so many others and never acknowledged it. Grotesque. So here is what we get as of today. New Trump vaccine policy limits access to COVID shots. So you could argue this might be a gradual thing. I certainly hope so. But my point, as always, is that means that as of right now, people will still be given these deadly things, which are not, there's not some nuance. Let me at least make my opinion clear. And I think this is one of the most provable things of the show today. Nobody benefits from this. Let me say that again. And I'm not a doctor. Look to your own advice. Nobody benefits from this. These shots are deadly and wildly outweigh any benefit you may think are there, if any. I mean, I've more than most have dug through this stuff since the moment this started. And my God, these things are one of the most obviously deadly things I've ever seen. And they still pile up and they're still hiding it. They're still hiding the collapsing everything. They're still hiding the piling up of issues. Kevin McKernan is still breaking down what's the word I'm blanking all of a sudden? The contamination, which goes in 100 different directions, whether DNA or just whatever else we're talking about. Every day this continues and people just are moved on, right? But crazy that we would even pretend like there's an allowance for this. Like I said, that's like pretending that's, arsenic, poison is somehow allowable because, well, if it was something they could go harvest out in the field, well, that's their right. They can put poison in their body if they want to. That's freedom, liberty. When the government is taking your tax dollars and then paying off companies to make deadly things they know they're experimenting on, or take any of that out. When the government is making something based with your tax dollars and they are acknowledging that it's dangerous, so we can prove that, there's no like, well, we should let you choose. It's not how that works anymore. They have an obligation to, and they're also lying about it. Very important to think about. Now, here's what the article says. Washington, AP, annual COVID-19 shots for healthy younger adults and children will no longer be routinely approved. Now, we're talking about not in regard to giving them, but whether they approve them, routinely, I guess, which is just funny. We went through emergency use authorization. I don't even think we've really seen approval yet, but their point is I guess they're saying we're going to not do that, even though it didn't happen last time. So I did find that interesting. So you may think that sounds like a positive step, but what if they go, well, we're going to emergency use authorization it, if that's even the way to say that? That would meet what they said right there, right? We didn't reprove it. We used an emergency use authorization, which, by the way, never went away. I made this point before. The FDA side of this never really stopped. So even right there, you could see that would be pretty bombastic. It'd be very conspicuous, but so too is rolling out a Stargate mRNA platform on the first week of your administration based on fighting those things. So it's hard to say what will wake people up to this, but either way, they will no longer routinely approve them under a major new policy shift unveiled. This was today by the Trump administration. Top officials for the FDA laid out new requirements for access to yearly COVID shots. So those are still there, saying they'd continue to use a streamlined approach that would continue offering them to adults 65 and older, as well as children and younger adults with at least one health problem that puts them at higher risk. Okay. So you may feel like that's a positive step. Maybe you could argue it is, but it's still the same thing. And I guarantee you, if you want to look into it, the list of things they argue give you the allowance for a health risk is effing anything. Basic small things. And I went through it earlier. So basically, this is a window that can be nudged into what they want it to be. And it really then makes it the same thing. And on top of that, the streamlined approach, that's what we all called out. That is exactly the same problem. They're not slowing down on the mRNA platform direction. They're just not. Now it says, but the FDA framework urges companies to conduct large, lengthy studies before tweaked vaccines can be approved for healthier people. So to be clear, they're still going to give it to the children, the pregnant people, and so on, and everyone else too, but they just say they require a little bit more study. But from who? Companies. That's right. Pfizer, Moderna. We're going to ask them to study the dangerous things they make, and they know they're dangerous. They argued in a court of law that it's not they can't be held accountable for the fraud because that's the fraud the government ordered. So here we are, and that's exactly what Brooke Jackson would tell you. And that's what she just said in her last interview, that if we're still taking at face value the data from a company like Pfizer, that right there's your breaking point, among many others. That's not changing, apparently. And so if we know they're dishonest, if we know that they're willing to lie about like false claims, for example, like Pfizer's been caught for 20 different times, then why are we going to allow that to be the point where we go, you can study it and let us know? Seems silly to me. And look, and we've seen the pipeline here where they put out fraudulent studies, the FDA and the rest rubber stamp it, and it all goes through. And here's your semblance of safety trials. So if we already know how this works, and the only difference is Trump and the rest of the people that have now taken over, and they seem to be going in the same direction, all you're basing this on is the hope that they are better. I certainly hope you're right, but I will not bank on that. I will not allow everything we're talking about and how much is riding on this to ride on that simple hope. That's wildly naive, especially with what we've already seen, and that they're riding forward with all the same problems. But it says, in a framework published Tuesday in the New England Journal of Medicine, which I'll briefly read through, it's an article they put out, agency officials said the approach still could keep annual vaccinations available, because that's what we all want, right? For between 100 million and 200 million people. You realize that even in their own breakdown, they make it clear that basically nobody wants these anymore. So why are we doing this? Doesn't that, I mean, are we not in the illusion of a democracy, or are we still in the place where the paternalist place where you tell us that this is necessary because you know better? I mean, think about that for a second. If we're arguing this is supposed to be the change, right? And we can see, as even they'll tell you, that most people don't want these, not doctors, not nurses, not any side of the paradigm, then why are we still doing it? Because they want you to, guys. And it says, last week, the FDA granted full approval of Novavax's COVID-19 vaccine, but with major restrictions on who can get it. So they're working on mRNA and universal platforms, and they're still, by the way, allowing the ones that killed everybody to be used right now, and they're adding new ones. So you understand what that is. And Tuesday's guidance mirrors those restrictions. It says their approval came after Trump appointees overruled FDA scientists' earlier plans to approve the shots without restrictions. So again, right there is where you go, see, he's better. And you know what? Objectively, you could argue that's a slightly, tiny bit better. That he's not just rubber stamping them, or at the very least, that's the impression you're being given. You see how that works? Because it very well may not be that. Maybe that's what they said, and you're being lied to. It's amazing what people who want to believe in somebody will choose to overlook. Like, this is why question everything, not based on partisanship, is so important. I'm not saying I know that, and I'm right there with you, hoping every day that that does go in a positive direction. But we all know that that could be a lie. The FDA has been caught lying. Trump's been caught lying. Biden's been caught lying. We all been caught lying. So we can at least consider that that may not be true at all, right? But the point is that they're saying we would have basically just rubber stamped the approval. Why? Because remember, they said, well, that one was safe. And so if they put the new antigen in, then that one's safe too. Well, no, it wasn't safe, and that wouldn't prove it's safe anyway. But on top of that, all they're adding is more study. But as we just showed you, the study we're going to be pointing to is coming from the companies. So you can see how just as easily this will become the same problem. And they're basically flirting with the same idea of the yearly shot. I don't know why we can't see that if some that don't want to, but it says for years, federal health officials have told most Americans to expect annual updates for COVID vaccines, similar to the annual flu shot. Just like the flu vaccines, until now, the FDA has approved updated COVID shots when manufacturers provide evidence that they spark just as much immune protection as the previous year, which, of course, I always point out, completely overlooks the possible safety risks, right? It's like, wait, no, it gives you the same response. Well, the response does not even prove it's the right response, as we have the FDA saying on record. I mean, shoot, I might as well play that if I can find it real quick, seeing as how we haven't talked about this in a while. But the point was, no, I think I deleted those because it's been so long. But the point being that they know that these things do not cause the response, or rather they admit that they can't prove that the response is necessarily the response that you need, right? The point is that ultimately you can produce a response, and maybe that's a response for an entirely different pathogen, right? And so if you're only gauging it on the response you have to the thing, and you're assuming the thing is the right thing, well, then you could be wrong, couldn't you? And especially since we've recognized how many times they've been wrong, or, as I think, deliberately lying to you for whatever reason. Here it is.
And then can you repeat the second question?
I mean, obviously you have a lot of data now. What is your correlative protection is? Everybody's measuring antibodies. They're probably relevant, but as we know...
That's a long question. We need a quick answer.
Yes.
I would say there is no established correlate of protection.
Thank you. That was a quick answer. Dr. Fink.
So if there's no correlate protection, that means that we haven't correlated what the, how much protection you gain from the response we're seeing. We see the response, but we don't know if that amounts to protection. What they claim is that looking forward, we can tell everyone's living and they're surviving. Well, we don't. That's not true. They're lying about that. People are dying all over the place, and they're hiding that from you. And this is the other one too. that they simply don't even know. And just to be clear, this is later in the conversation. This is not a newly developed, or this wasn't from 2021, let's say. This is well into the conversation.
How should we think of micrograms in terms of the amount of spike protein that's produced by the cells? Can you kind of clarify that?
Obviously, we don't have a complete understanding of the nature of the way that the vaccine works in terms of producing immune response. Obviously, we don't have a complete understanding of the nature of the way that the vaccine works in terms of producing immune response.
Okay. So if you don't know the exact way that it works, we just know it causes that response, right? But we're still, and then you don't know if the response is what you need for the actual protection. Sure seems like they were flying by the seat of their pants, but that's just me, or deliberately so. So it goes on to say, but the FDA's new guidance appears to be the end of that approach under RFK's HHS, who has filled the FDA and other health agencies with outspoken critics of the government's handling of COVID shots, particularly their recommendation for young, healthy adults and children. Okay. So what's funny is that the mainstream and AP and the rest of them come at this angle like he's the conspiracy theorist. And so what he's like, you can feel it in the article that they're trying not to lean into what that may be a positive change. Ultimately saying that he's, put a bunch of Trump the supporters in there. Well, good. I'm glad people are in there that do not like what you guys did last time. But here's what's crazy. Specifically those that were particularly arguing that we shouldn't be recommending it for children, healthy adults, and women. But that's what they're now doing. Or I shouldn't say recommending, but that's been the carve out for them in particular. So it seems incredible that you bring on the people that would say those people in particular shouldn't get it. And then they're the ones that you allow out of everybody to continue to get it. That seems kind of silly to me. Under federal procedures, the FDA releases new guidance in draft form and allows the public to comment before finalizing its plans, which, whether in this case it happens every time, that thing happens all the time, where the government says, comment on this. And I frankly don't think they even look. I know I'm a pessimist when it comes to government. The publication of Tuesday's policy in a medical journal is unusual and could run afoul of federal procedures, according to FDA experts. It seems like the game is to make, in my opinion, from the real agenda, RFK seeming to be pushed back on by the normal establishment. So when you end up in the same position, you argue he's, either couldn't succeed because of them. I don't know. Just giving you my thoughts on it. I don't think this is what it seems to be. Quote, it says, we simply don't know whether a healthy 52-year-old woman with the normal BMI who has had COVID 3 times and has received 6 previous doses of the COVID vaccine will benefit from a 7th dose. Really? That's how you frame that? How about maybe all of them are bad for her? Like maybe the 7th one's a bit too much. I just think it's crazy. Like, yes, I could argue that's a better statement than all of them are health safe and effective, but doesn't it start to feel like they're just kind of barely moving an inch back and saying, let's keep going, and we call that a success? I worry about that. McCary and Prasad, who we'll play some clips from, recommend that companies they're leading this, recommend that companies study people not deemed at high risk for 6 months, randomly assign them to get a vaccine or a placebo, and tracking outcomes with special attention to severe disease, hospitalization. Yeah, that's called study that should have happened before this ever got here. But realizing that we don't necessarily need, which I'll welcome it, but as I'll show you what Catherine points out, so you're basically rationalizing giving people deadly things to study it. Yet again, that seems immoral as far as we understand it. But 6 months, randomly assigning them placebo versus vaccine. Hopefully that's saline, which is one thing we've talked about, but we have that. We've had that for many studies. And what's crazy is the studies that we looked at show you they're dangerous and they just hid it from you. Or the New England Health or the UK studies from, their health side of it. They broke down the study data. We showed you those prove it every time they were killing people. So did the CDC until they hid it from you. So we just need to be honest about the data we already have. So I find that a weird thing, but hey, more study I'll wait to get into that with Catherine's point, because I agree with what she says there. If we know they're deadly, same point. We can't pretend giving it to kids in a study makes sense. But it says McCary and Prasad, and then it goes, experts say there are legitimate questions about how much everyone still benefits from yearly COVID vaccines or whether they should be recommended for people at increased risk. See, so we're in the same position where it's not if we should ever give them, it's whether we give them this focused thing or everybody yearly, basically opening the door to which kind of way do you want to take these shots. That's usually how this ends up. But benefits, really? Are we still debating on how good they are? Again, it just feels crazy to me. I don't think that's honest. Now, the study aspect, this is from the 20th as well, U.S. to seek new trials for existing COVID shots, as they mentioned, right? Just briefly writes, the FDA will seek new clinical trials, which, as I said, we have the data, but They're going to do new ones and give new people dangerous things to uphold the approval of existing COVID vaccines for otherwise healthy people. You want to show me where there's an approval beside the one they just pointed to? That seems like a dishonest thing to state. But it says, for all healthy persons, those with no risk factors for severe COVID, so basically nobody as far as I'm concerned, between the ages of 6 months and 64, the FDA anticipates the need for randomized controlled trials. Marty McCary and Prasad wrote in the New England Journal. So let's read about that. The control group will receive a saline placebo. So, and this, I'll include this point since we mentioned it. Check it. This is the first interview we did with Brooke back in 2021. The reason this one's important to highlight here versus the others is because this was the original conversation about exactly how this can play out. How Pfizer or Ventavia, which was a research group that was brought on in the same study direction, can lie, can conduct fraud. And in her very lawsuit against this, that's now aimed at the U.S. government, the point is, as we said, they've said on the record that they ordered. We can't be held accountable for the fraud because we simply gave them the fraud that they ordered. That is genuinely the argument that was made in a court of law. And so my point here is that we have to understand that when you're including the new study is going to come from Pfizer data, then we need to recognize how easily that's square one. That's how this gets manipulated. And here again is what Brooke said on the 28th of April about the new administration and continuing the same thing. Trump sides with Pfizer. The DOJ has now explained to the court that it has continued access. Apparently they don't want to show us to the Pfizer data. That's the pharmacovigilance. That's Oracle. That's everything they're using for Stargate, and saying it's effective. So basically, shut up. We're not going to look anymore. We know it's good. That's what they're saying in the face of everything we know and all the claims of fighting these things. Trump still tells you they're safe. He still tells you they save people's lives. How do we not see this coming? Now, here's what Catherine said. Now, this is a clip from RFK saying placebo-controlled trials, and he posted this, placebo-controlled trials are gold standard science. I agree. We can conduct vaccine studies without subjecting people to unethical experiments. Well, I would agree with that in a normal context, except not when you're giving somebody something that you know is deadly. And here's what Catherine said. I appreciate the box that Kennedy's in. However, we know, and I would agree with that, we know that vaccines are poison. Well, I'm specifically in this case, the COVID shot. You can debate about the rest. I think it's a fair statement to say if we know what's happening here, it is absolutely worth considering that everything else may be compromised. That's up for you to decide. I just think we know the dishonesty of these base, entities that are involved with all of this. And that's worth holding off on just, but like, make your own decisions. There's plenty of people out there, consider what other people have to say. I frankly think these things are very clearly dangerous. And she says, so not sure how giving some people poison, and I'm talking about the COVID shots, and other people no poison, to compare them can be done ethically. It's a good point. Vaccines are not safe and effective. And even in theory, if you could pretend they were, and RFK has said plenty of similar things in the past, and if you couldn't pretend, say they were, the vaccine makers have proven that they are not they have no integrity and have systematically engaged in criminal, unethical, fraudulent behavior, right? That's like the one thing absolutely everyone knows for sure. So the entire approach should be canceled. She means like the whole vaccine approach in general. There is no hope for reform of what we're currently going through. I agree with that. If RFK's goal is to make vaccines safe and effective, then it is simply promoting a goal that cannot be achieved in the current situation. Unless is another repackaged lie to achieve the mRNA, self-amplifying RNA, Internet of Bodies direction. Remember, they just went forward with a self-amplifying shot for bird flu, I believe. And it says, so let's hope that's not the goal. But you can't deny the logic here, guys. And ultimately, you could have hope that this is a direction that it's a, kind of a, as she said, the box he's in, like trying to play the game. My point is always is at the moment, people are still taking them because they say they can. I don't agree with that. Josh Walkos also points out that the House Judiciary GOP says new information suggests senior Pfizer executives conspired to delay the clinical trials to influence the 2020 election. Don't you love that? So no, we're not going to get into they've lied and killed everybody. We're going to hone it down to make it about a partisan thing and the Democrats suck. Typical, right? It's just, and I'm not even, the idea that you're going to make that about come on, guys. It is such an obvious nonpartisan agenda that both of them have all been involved in. So to argue, look, maybe there's some truth to it. My point is that if that's what we're focusing on, that you're going to pull this away into that conversation, to me, that seems very conspicuous. And then, of course, as Josh rightly points out, we all know that no one is going to get prosecuted, even for that argument. It's kabuki theater. And then, of course, what they'll argue when that goes nowhere, because how in the world, like I bet you they've got nothing other than their opinion to back that up. It becomes, well, we already investigated them for the shots, and then they want, except we didn't, though. Not really. Typical. Brooke Jackson highlights what Mary Talley Bowden points out, which was, I just went over spike protein antibody levels in my patients. 46 unvaccinated, range 3.2 to 9,438, average of 1328 unvaccinated spike proteins in their body. 83 vaccinated, range from 335 all the way up to 25,000, average 13,427. This is a good resource here if you want to check spike proteins, if that's what you believe is going on. I just think that's wild. I mean, we talked about Dr. Luigi Warren, right? One of the people involved with the creation of this conversation, who's telling you that ultimately that is the reality, that spike proteins can shed, and originally said that they wouldn't shed enough to be able to spread and hurt somebody, but he was basing that on the idea that they only produced one spike protein. We have now come to the understanding that's not the truth. As we just brought up with the Red Cross point, I'll just do this since that's the study. You can clearly see that, and I posted, here's the Red Cross still leaving it up, where they say that they don't label blood with whether they've got shots in the COVID vaccines in them or not, because the vaccine stays in the bloodstream, or doesn't enter the bloodstream, stays in the shoulder. We know that's not true. Here's one of 4 that I posted beneath them that they do not acknowledge, which shows you clearly that the spike protein mRNA sequences were in the blood up to 28 days afterward. So they're continually producing spike protein, or whatever we're talking about, which then means, based on the expert's opinion, Luigi Warren, that means they absolutely can shed and then infect, or whatever you want to call that, other people. And she's finding 46 people she's tested unvaccinated with spike proteins in their blood. Think about that. And Brooke Jackson says, Dr. Bhattacharya, one practitioner. What is NIH doing to address the situation we all know you're aware of? Just calling him out, really. Let me include this tweet for you so you guys can hopefully call out just retweet this. Get that going again, calling it out. Posted many of these studies down here. So, this is on top of what you just said. And she says, the FDA does not want you to check your spike protein antibody level, but LabCorp offers it for $69 without a doctor's order. So you can check for yourself. But FDA, in brief, FDA advises against use of the SARS-CoV-2 antibody test results to evaluate immunity or protection from COVID-19, which, again, I don't trust any of this stuff, especially the test they're talking about. What's interesting, the point she makes, it does seem to be an obvious push about even checking for these things unless they want you to. All right. So I think there's very relevant points to be made about this. This is bigger, like self-spreading, self-amplifying. It's exactly where this goes. And I think we were being experimented on in one of many obvious ways, but worth considering this. Now, here is the current Trump administration. Okay. This is the FDA. This is McCary and Prasad. Thank you, Simon from Florida, for sharing this. Here is a couple of points that he highlighted that I do think are very, very relevant. Let's get to the points here. So first, he said was 25 minutes. Now, basically, what they're talking about here is how pro-vaccine they are and how these things. Well, I'll let it speak for themselves. But the bottom line is that this is not aligning with what I argue people in the Trump administration, supporters or Maha, believe that they fought for or they voted for.
Framework to me, and it was in line with what I had been thinking about. Had you thought instead about just rubber stamping COVID boosters every year in perpetuity?
Had I thought about it? Well, I think that you and myself, we have written for many years that we think COVID-19 vaccines were a tremendous life-saving advance. But one of the problems with the policy was
even think of the starting point. Are we really going to argue that's like saying something that we know is killing everybody is a life-saving advance? Poison, right? A gunshot to the head. It's a life-saving advance. That's how I see this at this point. The evidence is this is not some debatable hyperbolic statement. The peer-reviewed science is overwhelming at this point. You think they don't know that?
Pushed too hard on low-risk populations, and we didn't push hard enough on the at-risk populations.
Are you serious? So you didn't push hard enough at the children and elderly women or elderly people and women with babies? Yeah, you did. That was like the only thing that it was so aggressively forced. And what did I keep showing everybody? My point was constantly, look, you can look at their own studies, and what does it say? We have no investigation, no evidence about whether or not it's safe with other vaccines. We have no idea about whether it's safe with pregnant women. We have every single one of them. And yet they say, take the flu shot next, it's safe. Right? And it's insane that they keep pushing these arguments.
Too hard on low-risk populations. And
that was the point, is that they focused on that, right? Children need this, elderly people, women, they need, and they really did push that in. And the pregnant one was the most important, I thought, that they showed very clearly they did not test on pregnant women. They had no idea whether it was safe for pregnant women. And they still, to this day, telling people they should get it when they're pregnant.
Didn't push hard enough on the at-risk populations. And so I think I did walk into the job slightly skeptical of a rubber stamp approach to COVID-19 vaccines, but I also wanted to listen to and see where we were. And I think the position we've crafted is actually quite a reasonable compromise position.
Yeah, but see, here's the point. Do we want to compromise? Do you want to compromise with a deadly shot, or do you want to get rid of the deadly shot? Right? I mean, I think that's how this tends to work, is they water it down and act like something that, they're presenting on a much easier to digest discussion. Yeah, here's a little bit more choice and a little bit more wiggle room. But we shouldn't be allowing that if we understand how deadly these things are. I mean, it's like a hard line that I want to take on this.
We have written for many years that we think COVID-19 didn't push hard enough on the at-risk populations. And so I think I did walk into the job slightly skeptical of a rubber stamp approach to COVID-19 vaccines.
Why would we ever want to rubber stamp anything? Isn't that like antithetical to the entire job? That we should be testing these things, especially when there's even the smallest difference. Yeah, that's just logic, though. And include that in the conversation.
But I also wanted to listen to and see where we were. And I think the position we've crafted is actually quite a reasonable compromise position, where we are making it rapidly available to many hundred millions of Americans, but also generating evidence. And it's in line with all the European nations. To me, it's the most sensible, common sense meets evidence-based medicine strategy there could be.
Now, once a survey found that 85% of healthcare workers said no to the last COVID booster.
And what does that say?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, can you comment on this public trust issue?
I mean, this is what's so crazy to me. A public trust issue, like, yes, obviously, but the public trust issue develops after you're recognizing that you're effing killing people with shots that you knew were dangerous, or that you hid the reality of the dangerous nature, or you hid the fact that children were dropping dead around the country, or on and on and on, or you used a false PCR test with false cycle thresholds. These things were not debatable, guys. They clearly made a conscious decision that any doctor can see to change the PCR cycle threshold from 40 on one side to 28 on the other. So it gave you a different impression whether before taking it or after taking the shot. That's a conscious choice. And so we're going to try to pretend like that's the loss of trust is because people just got taken by conspiracy theories. The reality is that even as he just told you, doctors, nurses are running from these things. And as he'll go on to point out, so too is everybody else. And yet the argument is we want to make them available for everybody. Why? Or is this about what we want? Is the Trump administration or the government running with what the American people are calling for? Or are we still going through this paternalistic idea that you're supposed to do what is that you know what's better for our lives? That is what's happening.
I mean, survey after survey shows trust in institutions like the FDA and scientists in general. It's rock bottom.
Yep.
I mean,
obviously,
we have lower trust than Congress, and that's saying something, and we need to rebuild that trust. And part of rebuilding that trust is having conversations like this, writing articles like we've done in the New England Journal, and having a common sense, evidence-based framework for rebuilding that trust.
I could see almost two interpretations of the very low uptake of the recent COVID booster in healthcare workers.
Oh, and it's not the recent one. That's what they focus on. But you guys that watch this show, as you know, you're well ahead of almost everybody on this conversation. And that particular one was happening way back there. Third, fourth one, we were rapidly seeing decline, even from the left in the conversation. I was calling it out. You remember? And now it's just dramatic. I think the last one was like 7% uptake or something ridiculous like that. And if doctors and nurses are not taking that, guys, that's not all. Like, think about you're arguing that doctors and nurses are suddenly losing faith in the FDA. No, these people know in some cases, let's just say in a broad sense, they're more educated in this than most people, obviously, but let's not pretend like every doctor is super knowledgeable. Some of these people are pretty dumb. The point, is that they have access to information. Their job should be to know more, and they didn't do it. Think about how transparently obvious that is. You know, if you're trying to argue that doctors somehow just lost faith with these institutions because of what they saw in the news, I mean, certainly overlap, but realize they're aware of these risks. They saw it in their patients. And one by one, they said, okay, that's crazy. I'm not taking this anymore. And here we are. And yet we're going to try to wiggle this in to make sense of why we should still be taking it in some reason because you're giving us a little more data that Pfizer produced. No, thank you.
One is that healthcare workers don't find value in it. The other is
obviously.
that healthcare workers would like to see some updated clinical evidence before taking it. And I mean,
to think about that, though. So you come up with a new study today, the data produced by Pfizer's trial, and you say, now we know it's actually safe. But what does that mean? The thing that I know hurt people? Because you show me a piece of paper that says I'm wrong? And, you know, that may influence some people, but the reality, this was not like the whole thing is we recognize that the science was being manipulated. So when you show us some new science, it's not going to hold a lot of water for people that are now skeptical of the process, which you damn well should be. Recognize that any given moment, half the peer-reviewed science out there, as has been roundly shown, can't be reproduced. We have a really serious problem with how this stuff works. Dr. Malhotra pointed out the statins point, you know, things that they know are hurting people. How about antidepressants? It'll take years before we ever get past the reality that we know they're hurting people and they don't care.
if we're being honest, we don't know the rationale. But it would seem as if the universe of possibilities would include a desire to know whether or not clinical evidence supports a benefit to taking it that outweighs the risks.
I mean, I can speak personally
well, since they just went through years of screaming the benefits outweigh the risks, and we all know that's not true, kind of hard to take that now.
If you proved it to me that there's a benefit to someone like me, I will take it. And most of the doctors I know are responsive to that evidence. If the companies conduct these studies and those studies are glowingly positive, I think that...
See, just so it's clear again, he just said the case. That's Pfizer, that's Moderna, that's CureVac. That's insane to me.
Doctors will embrace it and be able to counsel the patients in a way they haven't been able to honestly counsel. How do you counsel a healthy, thin 50-year-old in your office who's had COVID 3 times, had 5 shots? How do you counsel that person about it? It's almost impossible with the...
How do you think about how so stupid that is? Did you hear what you just said? That you've got 3 shots and you've had COVID 5 times, and you're going to tell them that you should counsel them on why another one is in their benefit? That's what they're talking about. I mean, I just don't, to me, this is cartoonish.
Current evidence base.
The HPV vaccine is 2 doses in younger people, people under age 15, and recommended as a 3-dose vaccine in people over age 15. You would think that when they developed the HPV vaccine, they didn't know how many doses to recommend, and they sort of, reviewed the data as they went. And perhaps they recognized that the B and T cell activation was sort of optimized after 2 doses in younger children. And perhaps in older children, it may have taken 3. Maybe somebody had an idea. I don't know.
I mean, to me, this just gets absurd, right? I mean, you could sit there and sprawl around and flail and talk about what they might think. It's quite frankly the most obvious thing in the room, right? The elephant in the room, the gigantic pink Pfizer elephant standing behind you. Everybody knows this. You don't think that they don't? I mean, I've seen even these two in some ways suggest all the things they seem to be tap dancing around right in front of us right now. So one last thing that he shared on this, which I think was, 3630. Let's take a look.
So is it a good time to ask you for a raise then?
Sure.
Jeez.
Sure.
Okay.
Generally speaking,
gross.
Are you a pro-vaccine person?
Yes, I think as a hematologist oncologist who took care of immunocompromised patients as an attending for a decade, including many people post-autologous stem cell transplant, I am a extreme pro-vaccine person because these... plenty of people don't have a problem with that. But just recognize that the people that put Trump in position, most of them do not agree with that. Especially being extremely pro-vaccine. And yet you choose people that go against what your people want. And that needs to be called out, guys. And that, in my opinion, I know there are the blind sycophants out there that will scream everything's gone the way they want it to, but realize there's a lot of those examples. Stargate and everything else we talked about, not even just in the health conversation, that very clearly are not just a deviation, they're like the opposite direction. patients who are immuno.
Oh, and in case you're new to the show, that's not the left and right, in my opinion, are the same damn thing. We're dealing with a government that uses that to keep you divided and fighting yourselves as they continue to roll forward with the same agenda. And you can disagree with me. Maybe I'm wrong. Just consider it and at least look to the similarities.
Compromised are extremely vulnerable, and they benefit from vaccination in myriad ways. And we pursue vaccination in people post-transplant with the same vigor and commitment that pediatricians pursue vaccination. It's an important thing. But again, vaccines are like drugs. I think it's important for the American people to understand that the right drug to the right person at the right time is life-saving. But that doesn't mean that every single thing is perfect as is, that we can't improve, that there aren't safety concerns we take very seriously. And at FDA, we do that. Even in the short time I've been here, a number of things have been brought to my attention where we need to take action and strike the balance between preserving the benefits of these products but being careful and cognizant of the safety concerns.
Now, I'll leave it there. And I really, really genuinely hope that that basically it's like another thing we've seen. And I never agree with this or think it's okay. But putting forward something that offers up the middle ground when really they're going to burn the whole thing down in like a sense of, stopping the bad shots and stop the rubber stamp FDA dynamic we saw all through COVID-19. I really hope so. With what he said at the end of what we showed you right there, he's at least giving he's showing you that it's possible that he will do something different. I really hope so, because the FDA has very clearly been a co-opted control dynamic here. It is a captured agency. And I mean, look at what happened when they would just ignore. I mean, we had multiple people in the FDA quit in protest, like literally in the midst of this, because they're like, these things are dangerous and nobody listened and they quit. And we just keep going forward, bring new people in. And so I hope so. I just, me, I'm not going to bank it on what they say. I'm going to wait to see action. And I'm pretty, don't have a lot of faith in government. I don't think we should. I think it's obvious, at the very least, whether you should or not, we should be holding our feet to the fire regardless. So I hope so. As always, I hope for that outcome. But I think the reality is that even the pointing at the shot as possible to me is too much. We know these things are dangerous. RFK has told you that they're dangerous. And here we are. But I'll include the Pfizer violation tracker yet again, just so you can see these. It's important to understand 107 times they've been caught committing crimes for billions, $11 billion in payouts. One of this is false claims. 22 different times they've been caught for false claims. That alone should be enough to understand what we're talking about. But go through and peruse this for yourself. Now, here's the New England Journal of Medicine post they put out. Now, a little of it's redundant. I just want to read you some of the posts directly from what they said. And this is from May 20th today, Prasad McCary. And it says, although the rapid development of multiple COVID vaccines in 2020 represents a major scientific, medical, and regulatory accomplishment, do you agree with that? I sure don't. The benefit of repeat dosing, particularly among low-risk persons who may have previously received multiple doses of COVID vaccines, had multiple COVID infections, or both, is uncertain. Talk about underwhelming. What do you mean uncertain? That's exactly what what we know clearly is what you just, again, it's just repetitive. That frustrates me because this is right down the middle and it's not even remotely what the science shows as far as I'm concerned. And it says, the American people, along with many health care providers, remain unconvinced. You're damn right. Unconvinced in your legitimacy when you say something like that. Over the past 2 seasons, uptake for the annual COVID boosters has been poor. According to the CDC, get this, less than 25% of Americans receive boosters each year, ranging from less than 10% of children younger than 12, which is supposed to be like the most important, they'll tell you, to 50% of adults over 75. So again, the elderly, which is the ones that seem to get these things without blinking, 50%? Guys, that's unparalleled. We're in a situation where people everywhere know these things are not safe. And as they said, medical providers, doctors, nurses, everyone knows, guys. And it says, even healthcare workers remain hesitant, which is that's a nice word to put on there. Worse than that. And it says, with less than one third participating in the last fall booster program. Less than one third. That's less than the people they told to get it that were over 75. That's a serious thing to highlight right there. And yet we're talking about making it more prevalent. This is not just some mirage of dishonesty, like we just realized we don't trust these or we've been tricked by conspiracy theorists. Literally every category of person is like, yeah, I'm done with this. Now it says, moving forward, the FDA will adopt the following COVID-19 vaccination regulatory framework. on the basis of immunogenicity, proof that a vaccine can generate antibody titers in people. So we're doing the same thing. The FDA anticipates that it will be able to make favorable benefit risk findings for adults over the age of 65 and for all persons above the age of 6 months with one or more risk factors, which again, we showed you were basically the smallest things. Okay. So if you're checking to see if it has a response, and we already know the situation, they're not even really fully checking to see, like basically what they do is they take the thing they claim that is the problem, right? And especially since we're talking about making them for the next season, that means they're guessing. There's no way around it, just like they do with the flu. And they'll tell you that. But based on their insight, and they think that's the one that's most prevalent. And so they make, okay, so they guess. And they make the shot around that. Then they test to see if you got a response. Hey, look at the response. It's through the roof. Okay, is it the right one? Right? Is it the potentially wrong response? And what happens if you give somebody an injection and it's the wrong response?
How should we think of micrograms in terms of the amount?
They're trying to...
There's another element to safety, and that is if you vaccinate someone and they make an antibody response and then they get exposed and infected, does the response that you induce actually enhance the infection and make it worse? And the only way you'll know that is if you do an extended study, not in a normal volunteer who has no risk of infection, but in people who are out there in a risk situation. This would not be the first time, if it happened, that a vaccine that looked good in initial safety actually made people worse.
They're trying to train the body's immune system to target the right part of the virus, because getting it wrong can be dangerous.
We know that historically with coronaviruses, that if you do vaccinate with the wrong kind of vaccine, for instance in domestic cats who have a similar viral infection, that you can make the disease more severe.
Yeah. Well, shouldn't that be considered? No, it rarely is. And that's the point. As even Fauci pointed out. And then as we literally see that happening, they all push back on you. So it continues by saying, ultimately, these studies alone can provide reassurance, which is all they think they're really going for, that the American repeat boosters in perpetuity strategy is evidence-based. Okay, so you missed the main point. We're going for a repeat booster in perpetuity strategy. And we're going to pump out some things that make you feel better about that. Hey, maybe it will be better. Maybe it'll be better. Maybe they'll fix the problems. I certainly hope so. I'm still going to run for the hills. I don't know about you. Seeing as how the exact same like as Catherine points out, they didn't change the system. We're still dealing with the same fraudulent companies. We're still dealing with the same fraudulent agencies. We're still dealing with the same fraudulent the system of production, everything. So why is it going to be any different? The same government, by the way, and Trump in the same position. And again, I'm not making that about Trump in particular. I'm making about that the Operation Warp Speed overlap. It's just so it seems insane that we think this is going to be any different. Let's hope for it, but come on, let's be honest with ourselves. Now, the FDA's new COVID-19 philosophy represents a balance of regulatory flexibility and a commitment to gold standard science. As far as I can tell, the only real difference in philosophy is calling it a gold standard anything. You know, it's the gold everything, the gold standard, the golden age, the golden whatever. Clearly, there's a reason that those things all keep being used. The FDA will approve vaccines for high-risk persons, they say, and at the same time, demand robust gold standard data, which is not a new statement in this context, but I think it's interesting how often that comes up, on persons at low risk. These clinical trials will inform future directions for the FDA, but most important, they will provide information that is desperately craved by the healthcare providers and the American people, or so we're told. Wild. Now, what's funny to me is Mary points this out today. When they were doing that show and says, again, comments off. Why? And then apparently they deleted it. That doesn't give me a lot of good feelings, right? That the FDA deletes the post about what they're, I mean, that seems a little bit concerning, but maybe there's a reason. Let's see what Sense Receptor said. They want to study the effects of the injections in very young kids. Right, exactly. Monsters, all of them. I mean, you can already see from a perspective of not knowing how clearly these things are deadly, maybe you don't understand. But if you realize that the science, and I'm not talking about some fringe dynamic, the body of evidence is showing how shockingly bad these things are. And now you're going to test them on kids? That's Catherine's point. How is that ethical in any way? Now, Prasad, director of the FDA's Center for Biological Evaluation and Research, is saying that we will encourage sponsors to conduct trials on very young kids. That's in the earlier part of what we just showed you. And then on top of that, because we're screaming in the right direction, right, guys? Today, Secretary Kennedy, yesterday, met with leaders on the forefront of health technology. Sure, you know where this is going. Innovators creating wearable devices, AI tools, and personalized apps that empower Americans to take control of their health, or somebody else take control of it. These breakthroughs are the key to our mission. That's the HHS speaking. That's his entity. The key to our mission to make America healthy again. Oh, great. So AI and wearable devices and implantables, that was your make America healthy again? I'm pretty sure they missed that talking point in the MAHA movement. By shifting the focus from sick care to healthcare prevention and real-time health insight. Yeah, for you? No. Maybe on your watch every now and again, but the real-time health insight is for the government or Palantir or whatever else we're using to track you, Oracle, Stargate, all of it. I just think that this is Stargate and the same kind of thing for me. Why? We think that it's what we want to go in the direction of wearable or implantable, which is the overlapping direction of that, AI tools that monitor your health that we just showed you. In fact, check this out. We just talked about the autism point, which we see bubbling back up in an interesting way. I think there was a reason for that. RFK Jr.'s autism study to amass medical records of many Americans. So what they make clear is that on one side of this, we're going to scoop up all of your information, as they've already been telling you, as they told you they wouldn't do before, including Oracle and COVID-19 timeframes they promised wouldn't be used in this exact way. Now it is. We're using that data to collect a database on you for your safety, of course, but the ones they included that you may not have noticed. Medication records from pharmacy chains, lab testing, and genomics data like 23andMe that you might not know that Regeneron just bought, by the way, which is important to understand. This is always what it was really about. From patients treated by the Department of Veterans Affairs, Indian Health Services, claims from private insurers, data from smartwatches, and fitness trackers. Well, there you go, guys. Did you say that was okay? It's well beyond that at this point. It's not even up for you to decide anymore. So recognize that as they're telling you that's the direction, real-time health insight, hardly for your benefit, as far as I'm concerned. Palantir and the rest, this is about monitoring, insight, data collection. It is about control. Now, I could certainly be wrong in the main objective, but if you think I'm wrong about that happening, you're not paying attention. I'd like to believe they don't know that's where it's going, but come on, guys. You don't think they're paying attention to what's being rolled out, that Thiel and Karp and the rest of them, like right in the wings of this administration, they don't know where it's going? As Taylor Hudak puts out, no to wearables, no to AI tools, and no personalized apps. This is a very bad idea. I completely agree. And this is another post from, I'm not familiar with the account, Dr. Jack Cruz. Oh, I think I am actually. But anyway, the name is now Pleb Cruz or something like that. Bitcoin fundamentalist or foundationalist in exile. That's the name of the account. He says, for your information, and he's quoting the same tweet. Today, HHS announced this while Regeneron just bought 23andMe on the courthouse steps. You now have a surgeon general who will assist a company in weaponizing your data against you using health technology. Now, it's just their opinion, but I agree with this. I think this is where it's going. And it just says, read what this company does and tags different people to read about it. Regeneron, our mission is to use the power of science to bring new medicines to patients over and over again. That's their about us. We are a leading biotechnology company that invents, develops, and commercializes life-transforming medicines for people with serious diseases. Founded and led by physician scientists, our unique ability to repeatedly and consistently translate science into medicine has led to numerous approved treatments and products candidates in development, almost all of which are homegrown in our laboratories. Regeneron's medicine and pipeline are designed to help patients with eye disease, all the different things, neurological. And it says, Regeneron pushes the boundaries of scientific discovery and accelerates drug development using our proprietary technology, such as the Veloci suite, which produces optimized full human antibodies and new classes of bispecific antibodies. We are shaping the next frontier of medicine with data-powered insights from Regeneron Genetics Center and pioneering genetic medicine platforms, enabling us to identify, innovate targets, and complementary approaches to potentially treat and cure diseases, or destroy the human race, whatever happens in the meantime. But we're talking about the same idea of a platform kind of base. I mean, in my opinion, is this ends up being something, as DARPA was already tweaking with years ago, that is meant to be internal. The platform, that the internal bio platform, so they can create antibodies, antigens, whatever they want to pump out of something they placed inside you, which George Webb, for example, thinks that's already been happening. That was the original dynamic. It was the drill that was placed and we're waiting for the actual, or the platform, and now we're waiting for the drill. Just an analogy, but worth considering. And I think a lot of people are concerned about where this goes. I don't think that anybody on his side, on Trump's side, MAGA, Maha, wanted this, or the majority did not. So now this overlaps with the WHO pandemic accord or agreement. So you might have seen this today. WHO adopts pandemic agreement born out of the disjointed global COVID response. So this is the first article from ABC News, and we'll get into the overlap of the U.S. and how that applies. But they simply write that World Health Organization is first and foremost just as a global concern, because this does concern me a lot. WHO or the members' countries on Tuesday approved an agreement to better prevent, prepare, and respond to future pandemics in the wake of the devastation wrought by the coronavirus, or the injections they gave because of the illusion. The treaty guarantees that countries which share virus samples will receive tests, medicines, and vaccines. So one of the things about this mass distribution, which concerns me about, like, we saw different examples of different shots and different things. I think it was personally about different experiments and how it was being applied. But now I think if there's a unified direction and they're kind of making sure that we're using all the same things, you can see where that goes, especially when we see how that was played here and other places. The coordination, global kind of direction. It says up to 20% of such products will be given to the WHO to ensure poorer countries have some access to them. Again, there's plenty of these poorer countries that didn't want these things. And so whether they want it or not, the point is we're going to make sure that happens this time. That's how I read it. Now, the Namibia health minister and the chair of the committee that paved the way for this adoption said that the COVID-19 pandemic inflicted huge costs on lives, livelihoods, and economies. Did it? Or was it your response to something that was less than the flu from the very beginning, which we can prove at this point? The treaty's effectiveness will face doubts because of the United States, they write, which poured billions into speedy work by pharmaceutical companies to develop COVID vaccines. They sure did, is now sitting it out. Or so the presentation is showing. And because countries face no penalties if they ignore it, a common issue in international law. Now, that's interesting. There's two things that I think that stand out as differences, and I haven't gone through it all the way. I skimmed it for the most part. It's about 33 pages. I'll show you in a second. I mean, it's right here. And they show you the green is essentially what they've, passed. Is the things that stand out to me that I was going through here was, one, the idea that now there's no real issue. Like if they just decide to screw it, I don't want to partake. There was a mechanism they were trying to implement that like essentially forced them or did something like penalize them, right? That doesn't appear to be there now, and that could change. And so that's interesting. And I wonder how that very well could be the U.S. just bucking it, and that's why it happened. And why would they give an allowance for this country? If you see, it's interesting. I get the sense there's more to this, especially since what I'm going to show you is that it seems the U.S. is still driving a lot of these factors, whether or not they're on record a part of this, which, I mean, look, it very well could be they're not. And I would say that's a positive thing. But what's interesting is that every other thing we're seeing seems to be a lot. I personally think there's a much more nefarious, larger, what we're seeing through this administration or through the U.S. government right now, I think is the culmination of a long-term plan. And I think it's happening rapidly. I could be wrong. I hope I am. The point, though, is that you can see a lot of these very deliberate, and I think clumsy at the time, kind of manipulations, bait and switch, or, we're going to destroy this. And we go, yay. And they only roll out something much worse, right? So they get you to step into it willingly. And so I just wonder if having this be separated. So the people who would arguably, at least in our minds, be the most skeptical to this might not be, they might get appeased. They might get pacified because of that. Now, that's just a thought. Yeah, you can decide what you think is more likely, but don't box things out because of what maybe you want or because of partisan alignment. Consider all possibilities all the time. Now, it says the U.S. traditionally the top donor in the UN was not part of the final stages of the agreement process after Trump administration announced that they'd pulled out of the WHO and funding to the agency in January. Now, here is the WHO post. This is on their website. World Health Assembly adopts historic pandemic agreement to make the world more equitable and safe. Of course, that's a word that scares everybody, and in a lot of ways should, because of the way that they mean it and how it is applied forcefully. Now it says, member states of the WHO today formally adopted by consensus the world's first pandemic agreement. Now, let's just even say the U.S. and Trump administration are pulling away from that, which I do think is good. It still happened, and it's still a global dynamic, which is very concerning, which even if we are, as the U.S., not a part of it, it could eventually become something that forces us as a country to be part of something, or maybe the new administration that comes in next decides to join it, right? Whether it's a Democrat or Republican. So the fact that it happened, I still think is important for Americans to be aware of, and how it could be applied, because the agreement, I argue, could be altered. Like they can get together and decide to vote that they can force something, or as I originally said, oh, no, I forgot to mention the second part. My original biggest concern with this, as Derek and I talked about, was every other iteration of this was clear that they could essentially, through this coordination, like force a country into a certain position when they were a part of it, though, right? So Iran, my concern was, let's say the U.S. or Israel could say Iran had a breakout and they're hiding it. And all of a sudden, then the point was that they were then had the forced ability to just go in and prove that or not. And all it would amount to is people on the ground, occupation, intelligence operations. And so that seems to have changed. Again, unless, and I'm going to go through this more in depth, then what I was reading through on that exact mechanism seemed to suggest that there was no way they could force that. Now, again, don't take my face value with that. We're going to go through, we're going to make sure we don't miss something. But at that skim, that seemed to stand out. I think that's interesting. And I think maybe that's why, my point is that even if they did take that off, something like that could be added. They could vote on it well outside of your, representative government illusion perspective, if you want to think of it like that. Now it says the landmark decision by the 78th World Health Assembly culminates more than 3 years of intensive negotiations launched by governments in response to the devastating impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, and driven by the goal of making the world safer from, they claim, and more equitable response to future pandemics. I also think it's interesting that Trump, of all people, would pull out of this, like, whether you agree with it or not, to recognize the impact, how much this will impact the global dynamic. And of all people, that Trump wouldn't want to be able to dictate how that played out. That seems odd to me. Like, you mean, so from what you expect from him, that you would argue that he would have more influence over how this would play out by being in there and swinging, the influence of the U.S. government, which is a lot of the money that was there before. And even when they pulled out last time, they still circumvented it, went through Gavi, so it was still happening. The point is that it seems like against what I would expect him to do, which then kind of raises a red flag for me. It doesn't prove anything, but it's something that I go, okay, that wonder what might be happening more. And we'll find out as this goes forward. 124 in favor, 0 objections, 11 abstentions. Now, I wasn't able to quickly grab that, but I was curious what 11 countries abstained and why. Not maybe we'll ever find out, but 124 in favor. Now it says the resolution on the WHO pandemic agreement adopted by the WHO sets out steps to prepare for the accord's implementation. So this is just like the first beginning of this. The first, now this is setting out how they're going to begin to implement this around the world. Now this is another step of global government. Where, the UN, all these different aspects of it, NATO, these are all different aspects of a global governance dynamic, and AI being added to that through what the current administration is doing and others in the world. We could see a rapid escalation of this. And I promise you, it will be done in ways that rationalize why it's not just needed, but like beyond our control, which is something that seems to work pretty well right now for the people that are partisan trapped. Going forward, it says it includes launching a process to draft and negotiate a pathogen access and benefit sharing system. We talked about this morning with Steve, and that's something that stood out to me, which was ultimately that a pathogen access and benefit sharing system is allowing not just think of this, if we're talking about pathogens and potentially gain of function information, which doesn't have to be what we're talking about, but that overlapping sharing dynamic, that's interesting how that could be. There's many ways you could take how that could play out. And it says through an intergovernmental working group, the result of this process will be considered in the next year's World Health Assembly, as well as the fact that it probably about much more than pathogens, but more about your genetic material, all right, the information they have on this. And they're developing more of this kind of biometric invasive control structure. And I wonder if that might be more of what it's about. Once the assembly adopts the system we just discussed, the WHO pandemic agreement will then be open for signature and consideration of ratification, including by national legislative bodies. After 60 ratifications, the agreement will enter into force. So as of right now, it's technically not in force. I wonder whether that's where the U.S. will step in. I hope not. But once we get to a point to where maybe there will be something that they feel interested in changing, affecting, we'll see what changes. It says, according to the agreement, pharmaceutical manufacturers participating in this system, the pathogen exchange system, will play a key role in equitable and timely access to pandemic-related health products. The deadly injections they're sharing, by making available the WHO rapid access targeting 20% of the real-time production of safe, quality, and effective vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics for the pathogen causing the pandemic emergency. So again, really, so you get the beginning of something which we know was a wildly manipulated situation with 2020. And then they initiate these things, they roll out all these injections and the diagnostics, PCR tests. Like, do you realize how rapidly you could create Ask Danny Rancu? The illusion of something, if they should want so, with that rapid deployment of the tools they need to create that illusion. To me, that's the biggest thing that stands out so far, other than what we've already gone over in the past about how this could go forward. Now, here I'll include Danny's important work on this and our interviews around it. Around this potentially, I'll keep doing that, around this potentially being an illusion. This one was the first one. Data proves. Right here. Data proves COVID-19 actually an illusion. Now, as I've said every time, all of these really arguing there is that the data shows that you could manufacture the way this looked without having a new pathogen. Not that necessarily proving that happened. I mean, he does very clearly think that, and I agree. But in this original discussion, it was simply that mathematically, using PCR false positives, vaccine side effects, all these different things, combining flu and pneumonia, you could have made it look this way. That alone is enough to see how real it is, with all the different aspects of fraudulent activity and lies and cover-ups. Very important to understand. And this one was the latest one about his stress-induced bacterial pneumonia addition to that point, which is very relevant to the conversation. Now, this was interesting. I just was going through Grok again, asking about overlap of U.S. government and WHO, which we already know, right? We talked about this morning as well, that I briefly forgot about, which is the point is so that they stated they pulled out. We were skeptical like last time, because last time it was a roundabout kind of game. Now, this time it does not appear as if it's happening explicitly the same way. But one thing I recognized that I thought was interesting is the coordination of Donald Trump and Bill Gates, which really can't be denied. They've had, 3 or 4 meetings now, and you wonder what's going on behind there. But that's not, just like we see the Parsons do, that's not a provable thing in regard to what exactly is being exchanged, if anything. So it's a consideration, and since we can't prove it, it gets put aside. So what we do know is something I thought was interesting here, is the general direction of where they're going with this stuff. As this says from Grok, it says, despite the U.S. withdrawal from the WHO, its global health funding through bilateral programs and prior multilateral contributions aligns with the WHO goals in combating infectious diseases, which we just saw them breaking down in the direction of injections and the same thing. And it says, improving maternal and child health, strengthening health systems, that are their direction, enhancing global health security, it aligns with the same directions, and promoting nutrition. These efforts support the WHO Sustainable Development Goal 3 targets and broader mission of universal health coverage and health equity. Excuse me. So, interesting thing to think about is that if the direction of where they're going with their broad and kind of leading, the U.S. tends to have a kind of a leading direction, a lot of this stuff, or at least they take that. Maybe there's more to see here. But that's just consideration, is all it is. So right now, as we know, the point is that the U.S. government is pulled away from this. I hope that we're going to see pushback. Whether I support what they're doing everywhere else or not, I would like to see them stand up and say, we don't want this happening. If we're actually pretending the fight is globalism, that's what you're telling us, the deep state and all that, then this better be their fight. If they don't, that will tell me something. But here is the 33-page document going through all the different changes and different, the accord, and they still have to sign these things. So we'll see where that goes from there. As of right now, I'm not feeling good about where it's going because it is seemingly happening. Now, on the partisan side of this is what I think is so interesting. With all that's going on, I can't stop noticing how obvious it is that so many people try to pull their punch in a very interesting direction when it matters most. Now, one that I keep seeing is interesting is the claim of people doing things. Social security numbers and the stealing of this or Gates and Fauci and all the rest, right? Where we can prove that there's holdovers in the DOJ or there's holdovers in the FBI and they were holding back the Epstein documents. Okay, then why aren't they in jail right now? My point is, well, that clearly shows you that either they didn't exist or they're not going to arrest them. My point here is that when people like Cat Turd say, what's going on? Why are they? Are you going to follow up? Are you going to 2 weeks from now, a month from now, a year from now, go, hey, you're not real because you never did that? Or are you just feigning concern to maintain your shtick? So here is what Comer, again, is the same guy that came out and, what was the last one we just talked about? Pushed the lie about something else. It's what he does, what all these politicians do, left and right. But he says the staffers who use Joe Biden's autopen, which we've talked about. I'm not going to, the fact that Joe Biden is senile should not be hidden from anybody. It's very likely that somebody was even literally doing everything for him. I wouldn't deny that, but can you prove that? And until you can prove that, the fact that they float these things is absolute when I'll go through the evidence, I'll even show you what Grok says. Does not seem to be the reality. And on top of that, let's so we understand, an autopen has even been found by judges and others in the past that's upheld more than once from Biden's use to be legitimate. I disagree with that, quite frankly, but they've upheld that. And Trump has used it too, by the way, despite his statements, but for himself, right? So to me, it's the same thing. It's if you're using it, however you're doing it, you're still the president doing it, right? So the argument is about whether or not they're using it by somebody else. So Biden is incapacitated somewhere and they're signing all these documents. Yeah, that would certainly matter, wouldn't it? Okay, so if that was a provable thing, we would see a lot more traction right now. I shouldn't say it like that. Plenty of dishonesty in the way these things work, but the evidence does not back that up. The evidence is that they're comparing these things electronically and saying that there's consistent evidence that these things were used. Now, you can't prove whether it was Biden or not. That's obviously the central point in this. So this all comes back to Comer pushing this at a time, by the way, when there's so many obvious verifiable criminals and crimes that people should be in prison for now. But instead, we're talking about the old autopen conversation or Clinton body count or any number of these deviations, which all of which should be considered. Meanwhile, you're ignoring the immediacy of the real problems that basically are, exposing the people that you support, pointing at him right here. And that's why I think it happens. But let's watch this first.
We're going and looking at who is controlling this autopen, because Joe Biden, he's demonstrating that he doesn't have all the cognitive capabilities they had. That interview was from 2023.
Don't you love the journalism of the corporate media today? Basically inserting your words in his mouth before he starts. That's not how that works. You're supposed to be the one objectively breaking down whether it's the truth, not stating what you give him. Here's a tee off, go. That's because what they want in this interview is the gang up on how Biden is senile, which we all know he is, and how we somehow know something that they can't prove.
Yeah, that's hard evidence. Early in the President Biden's term as president, it clearly shows that
hard evidence. He means that he's senile, which nobody denies, but he wanted to take that as hard evidence that we know somebody else signed these things for him, which is certainly possible.
He was in significant mental decline. It questions who was actually making the decisions,
which is a good question to ask. But it's certainly possible that he did sign these things despite being mentally declined. The point is always, like even with the 86 point we talked about the other day, which I forget if we're going to point to that today or not. I think so. The point is that ultimately, I'm the first that will admit that 86 could mean kill, right? But you don't know someone's intentions. And despite the political leanings, this game they play where we know because that's you being an assumptive child. Even if it's likely, you can't say you know what he meant by that. Easily could mean kill, could mean get him rid of him, could mean fire him from the job, or could mean we're out of that steak in the restaurant today. The point is clearly you don't know. And so when they keep forcing these things in, and then we come in with basic logic by going, hey, it's certainly possible, probably even likely, but we don't know for sure. And you get attacked by people acting like you're a shill for the left. It's insane because clearly it is the logical thing to do to wait for something to be proven, but not today. Now they're driving people into the subjective, assumptive Twitter file dynamic in everything they do. And it is overtaking a lot of people. And it's very clear the assumptive kind of emotional responses people put out. But I'd like to believe we're smarter than that as a country.
So what we found is not just with the pardons he issued, but many of the executive orders that the courts are now using to Trump-proof, many of the executive orders that President Trump is trying to implement to make government more efficient, many of these executive orders, as well as the pardons of Biden's entire family as a result of our investigation, these were all signed with the autopen. And
okay, so the main point is whether you can prove it was him doing it or not. See, what they've done is this weird kind of bait and switch where the argument is using the autopen is the crime. You ask people online right now, many of them will make that comment. It's not. Trump has been proven to have used it himself. And again, I'll read you what Grok says. It has been upheld by the courts as a legal reality. So if we can't prove it was not, if it wasn't Biden, then what are we talking about? It's an assumptive point that's meant to distract you. That's what it's about.
Clearly from that interview, which was many, many months prior to the heavy use of the autopen, Joe Biden wasn't capable of making decisions. He wasn't.
Okay, so I agree. He was clearly struggling, but I've seen Biden well past that point, speaking somewhere, whether they give him drugs or not. So this argument that you absolutely know because of one interview that since that point he couldn't have done anything is not a logical argument. Even if you do argue it's likely even that that's the case, that's not proving anything. That's your opinion based on one interview you just played on a show and saying everything since then is not possible that he could have done it. That's flatly not true, seeing as how we can show examples of him doing things all the time since then. But you could argue it was a body double and all these different narratives. Sure, you can consider all of those things. It's not proof.
Isn't coherent. We think we've identified who the staffers are. Jason, you all have done great work with that over at Heritage Oversight.
Are they in jail?
We're going to bring everyone that we believe was involved in any role in the use of the autopen. We're going to invite them to come in for a transcribed interview. If they want, then they will receive a subpoena and they will have a full-blown deposition. But we want to find out who was actually making the decisions in the White House during the last 9 months of the Biden administration when he was clearly in mental decline.
I can tell you, Israel. Not hard. Game over. But see, that's not what they want, right? They're going to make it about some left versus right manipulation, as always. But so this is my point here, as Catridge says, and why aren't they in handcuffs? Yeah, that's a good question. But as I said, I simply said the real question is when they inevitably are not arrested, as everyone before them haven't been, so it's logical to think that we won't see any movement here. Like we haven't seen any other arrests for any other crimes. And there's been some like much larger crimes that have happened that they've claimed they caught, right? And I simply said, when they inevitably are not arrested, if they even exist, will you call out the current administration for doing nothing or lying? We all know you will not. So stop pretending. Stop standing like, oh, why aren't they arrested? We keep seeing this game. And we'll get to the Epstein thing with Bongino and the rest, and every one of them are doing the same thing. This very uncomfortable, embarrassing mental gymnastics about how, well, we know they're honest, and he said that he probably believes it. Like all these claims, how could you possibly know what they think and feel? The moment you get partisan people start telling you how people think and feel, that's when you recognize they're desperate. So here was just, again, this was Grok. It's what evidence is there to support the claim of the egos. There's a lot, by the way, going on in regard to the subjective point of whether the autopen was used, or I shouldn't say that, the proof of whether it was used, not about whether it was him or not. That's the only point that matters in this. And I'll read this to you right here. It says, I'll actually make sure I read that one part about the pen being, the claim is that President Joe Biden or his administration used an autopen, a mechanical device that replicates a signature, has been widely discussed, particularly in the relation to office documents and pardons issued. And it simply says, where was that? I want to just read you the one part that says, make sure you read all this. All this is always included. About, might be the one I highlighted, probably as usual. Constitutional, let me just read the bottom in case it's down there. Oh, it is. It's right there. Okay, good. So the point about the fact that it's that they claimed a president using an autopen is apparently not a crime. It's something that they all done. There is evidence that says that Biden's administration used an autopen for some official documents, as confirmed by specific instances and consistent with historical precedent. Exactly. However, claims of widespread or unauthorized autopen use, particularly for pardons, rely heavily on digitized signatures and lack conclusive proof. But that's evidence, right? You can consider it. But that's the point is not even whether it was used in those cases, but whether it was Biden or not. That's the only thing that matters. Allegations that Biden was unaware of signed documents, which is very likely seeing as his position, his condition, are speculative and unsupported by verifiable evidence. It is the truth. Legal experts affirm that autopen signatures are valid, and the Constitution does not require hand-signed pardons, making challenges based on autopen use unlikely to succeed because they've conflated those two things. About just being used in that context is the problem, which, as I said, I don't agree with that. I feel like they should sign this because it just feels more real to me, but it's the same thing as arguing that illegal aliens don't have constitutional rights. They do, and you're wrong. But it says the narrative appears amplified by political opponents to question Biden's leadership, but it rests on shaky evidentiary grounds. Now, that's Elon Musk grok. That should matter to you. But again, don't just read that. Look to the evidence, which is pretty clear. Now, here is another example of this kind of stuff. Loomer came out and said, wow, they're selling assassination gear on Amazon. Of course, it's the whole 8647. If you don't remember, Comey apparently posted a picture of rocks that formed 8647 on a beach and said, that's an interesting rock formation. Very obviously, either he did it or he walked by it and we all know what that's supposed to imply. It either means get rid of Trump from office or kill Trump. That's what it means. But nobody knows for sure what his intention was. So it's really childish to pretend like you know. But here are the childish people that will do that for you. And so my point is, as she's highlighting the 8647 as Amazon, like it's some bombshell, because that's what they do. They run an outrage machine. I said, they also sell just about every other combo of presidents in years, which you could see right there, 8646. I said, but we know you don't care about that. And that doesn't help push your partisan propaganda outrage industry. They're just numbers, and you're a hypocrite and a fraud. Team sport politics, free speech, right? Now, of course, what's funny is I got into this argument, as usual, with this kind of stuff with their rabid followers today about how I somehow exposed myself. You just exposed yourself. And the argument is ultimately that I'm unaware that it's more than just numbers, except that's not the point. See, as we get into the back and forth of it, the point is clear that they're numbers. They are. But whether they mean kill him or 86 him or fire him or whatever, nobody knows for sure. And so the reality is, yes, they could mean kill whatever they're referencing in that discussion, whether it's president or somebody else. Yes, that's what it could mean. I don't know for sure. How the hell would you know what Comey was thinking? My point is that they're numbers and that it's free speech. You can't claim that it's like putting up some kind of, it is subjective. If there is a possibility it meant something else, then you don't know for sure, even though I could argue it probably means that. I don't know. These people are petty and small. But what's crazy to me is, one, that if you're going, and this is what I said in the discussion, if you're going to call this out, then you damn well better do it consistently with the fact that it's not unique to this conversation or showing that they don't care to look or never knew because they are reactionary and small. But at the end of the day, it's not new. So I think it's interesting that we get this kind of conversation where they're pointing at something like it's a big deal and it becomes this overtaking conversation when there's so much else going on. Here's Cat Turd. All because Comey wasn't arrested. Oh, what? Well, how about this was the other one. Jack Posobiec, who tweeted back in 2022, 8646. Should he be arrested? You see, I mean, it's just this wildly inconsistent. My point is no. See, that's the reality of it, is that we're not choosing side. Neither of them should be arrested for simply posting numbers or putting a picture of numbers, because we don't know anything about what the intention was, even though you might have an idea of what he meant there. It's just lazy. It's partisan, which is kind of the same word. So the point is, he says, well, it's because he wasn't arrested. This is liberals are now selling Trump assassination. Why? Because, okay, so same thing. You're all such obvious outrage manufacturing machines, usually with half-truth, if that. Point is, if you're going to pretend that that's why, then how do you explain the other one? They're just inconsistent. If one matters, they all should matter, right? If one is free speech, then they're all free speech, but that's not how it works in the partisan game. Another example of this, Cat Turd says, another big win for we conspiracy theorists. Look, do not dare put yourself in that category. You're not even close, buddy. You're a propagandist manipulator that blindly follows the heels of Donald Trump, and whatever they decide to say that day, you're screaming that you know, and the next day it changes and you change with it. You're not even, it's just so, it's almost insulting that you would try to dare put yourself in the category of people out there that are fighting to expose conspiracies of the world. But he says, we're now 139-0. Really? You really are completely blind. The idea that how many times you guys have been caught lying or wrong about the things you claim you're fighting for, and you're 39-0. Guess what he's pointing to, though? It says, we told you. DOJ bombshell reveals extensive FBI involvement January 6th. Gee, why don't you tell us the sky is blue too, buddy? How about we didn't Jimmy Dore was the one railing on this last time. Because they literally said this in Congress when asked. Yes, the second time they pushed back on it and refused to answer, but it's all there on the record. There were psychological operations people. We reported this the first few weeks after January 6th. FBI, psychological operations people. There were multiple informants. And yet this is supposed to be some bombshell proving they were right. I mean, it's just it's lazy. And it is to me about looking over there. Bush, January 6th, Democrats, rapists, pedophiles, look over at Clinton. All the things they think you'll jump at because they're big buzzword topics for partisan. And they all matter in their own right. But here's funny. He says, Grok, is Cat Turd lying about the content of the report? Here's what Grok says. Cat Turd's post is misleading and can be considered a form of lying by omission and misrepresentation. Yeah, that might as well be tattooed on his head. That might as well be his tagline for the platform. It says, while the post doesn't directly quote the DOJ report, it implies the report validates conspiracy theories about extensive FBI involvement. Now, what's funny about this, they're not denying FBI presence. What they're saying is that the FBI was not involved with the actual January 6th orchestration or violence or whatever else, which quite frankly, I think is absurd. But what's being argued is that they're somehow proving that they were there, but we already know that. And then making the point that then proves they're involved, which again, the evidence they're pointing to does not necessarily prove that. But again, I think you can obviously show the instigation, right? The videos where you can show them doing so. But what's funny to me is that they just can't stop redirecting about things, by the way, that should not even be debated. Yes, they're going to tell you 9/11 was done by people from the Middle East for the rest of your life. No matter how far we get and how much evidence we had to prove them wrong. And I'm sure he'll jump up and say we won the moment that says something different 4 years from now. Here is Stephen Miller, one of the most Zionist people in this administration. And he says, this vile, I forgot to grab this actually. I'm going to play this for you. And by the way, Miss Tim Walz is a ridiculous partisan politician like every other one of them. And no way do I support this guy. What's funny is that this is what Stephen Miller decides to make an issue about, which just makes me laugh. You'll see why. So, now that I got the video, he says this vile anti-American language can only be construed as inciting insurrection and violence. Okay, let's listen to what he had to say. Let me find it real quick. There it is.
Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets.
He can't even say Gestapo, right? Gestapo. That's what he's trying to say, though. The ICE is Gestapo.
Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets. They're in unmarked vans, wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons. No chance to mount a defense, not even a chance to kiss a loved one goodbye. Just grabbed up by masked agents, shoved into those vans, and disappeared.
100%. That's like how can you even pretend that's not happening? Like, what's crazy about it is that they're telling you it is, and that's supposed to happen, right? And they're even like laughing about due process. They don't get due process. So everything he just said is backed up by what they're telling you. But then he says it and they go, he's a lying propagandist. Doesn't that feel familiar? Sort of like Israel saying we're going to starve everybody. And then you go, they're starving people. And they go, you're an anti-Semite. You know why? Because Stephen Miller's a Zionist and that's what they do. So guys, it's just not hard to recognize. I'll play it all the way through and then we'll talk.
Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets. They're in unmarked vans, wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons. No chance to mount a defense, not even a chance to kiss a loved one goodbye. Just grabbed up by masked agents, shoved into those vans, and disappeared. To be clear, there's no way for us to know whether they were actually criminals or not, because they refused to give them a trial. We're supposed to just take their word for it.
That's the clip. Now, what's crazy is the use of the word trial. I'll come back to in a second. Frankly, I find that to be part of this larger manipulation. Nobody's talking about trials here, guys. We're talking about the most basic, like a basic presentation of evidence, not a trial, not a jury, which not every trial demands a jury, but that's becoming the conversation. Like, we can't have a jury trial for every immigrant. Nobody's arguing that. It's funny that he makes that point, but did you hear what he said? I mean, okay, so look at what Stephen Miller says about that. This just blows my mind that this is what he says. He says, this is vile anti-American language that can only be construed as inciting insurrection and violence. Every single thing he said is the most easy to prove topic. And then they praise that it's happening because they'll tell you they're all criminals. So which way is it, Stephen? Are you getting rid of criminals? They don't deserve due process, like he just said, except not criminals? Or are you claiming that he's lying about that and it's anti-American to claim that you're doing what you guys all praise? It's just this whole broken thing. And it's like they put these things out to people that need to see it, and then they say something else on the other side of their mouth. That's what Zionism propaganda has clearly looked like since October 7th forward. Anti-American. And so I simply said, this guy's a cartoon. And if you can't see, at least as I see, that he's basically borderline trolling conservatives, I fear for our future. And so is it now in a Republican stance that words are violence? That sure sounds familiar to me. The whole woke right dynamic, guys. Like, so here we are where he's telling you that him saying the truth is somehow violent insurrection. I mean, it's the same thing we talked about before, where they'll tell you were an insurrection on January 6th. Then he points to that very, but whether it's that or anything else, the point is they point to something and say insurrection when you got people sitting down protesting in the library. Why? Because they're playing the game back and forth. Is that what you want? I thought the whole point was you're using that, you're declaring insurrection. That's not the fact, and we shouldn't allow that, except now it's our turn to do it back. They want that from you guys. They're so desperate to drive you into that petty, small, partisan game to where all you want to do is see the other side suffer the way they made you suffer, when in reality, it's the government doing it to both of you. So frustrating. But just really absorb Stephen Miller, who's like the champion behind this immigration plan, openly telling you that highlighting how they're doing it is anti-American. It's just chilling, guys. That's where we are. Now, the Patriot Voice highlighting this overlap of the Epstein topic of Bongino and Kash Patel. The response by the Joneses and all of them of the world is very telling to me. But as the Patriot Voice highlights rightly, MAGA has been played epically. Now, I wouldn't call it a masterful performance, but it certainly worked on a lot of people. And this is breaking 911 saying Epstein, or basically both of them agreeing that Epstein killed himself. And they know, they've seen the data. I'll get to it in a second. I mean, it takes half a second to break down how ridiculously flimsy that is. And they know. They're not stupid. You could argue they're being threatened or whatever else. It doesn't change the reality for me. High Impact Flicks cites an article from 2020. Disturbing evidence in Jeffrey Epstein's autopsy points to his murder, says the pathologist, which we talked about at the time. It's just embarrassing. And he says, if you give it 30 seconds of thought, the fog of psychological warfare begins to lift, and you can start to see why Patel and Bongino want you to believe Epstein offed himself. If he did it himself, they can close the case without having to investigate who murdered him, right? And more importantly, who hired and hit and why. Got to protect Donnie and the pedo gang affiliated with Israel at all costs, as has been pointed out in the comments. Patel and Bongino have the same looks on their faces as the Apollo crew in the infamous news conference when asked about specifics of the moon landing. Whatever you think about any of it, the point is that clearly it's very transparent that this is the evidence that this is not what happened. Now, his point about why certainly makes a lot of sense. Should they say what most of us think, which most of his support base thinks, Trump and everybody else, that something happened to him, well, then they would be on the hook to prove that. So this is an easy way to tie that bow and then move forward from, hopefully this distracts you from not having any Epstein list information, which they told you isn't going to happen anyway, but also blamed it on some lefty hangovers that never got arrested, because that's probably not true. But here's Viva Frey, this very awkward, uncomfortable effort to try to make sense of it all. He says, I will talk about this in greater detail in my coming show. Goodwill, credibility, and integrity are invaluable, intangible assets that take years to develop. Not everybody is capable of developing them because not everyone has character. Dan Bongino has deservedly earned his goodwill, credibility, and integrity through years of experience, incredible insight, and thoughtful analysis. Yeah, maybe you're starting from a little bit of a bias point. What do you think? I flatly disagree with most of that. But the idea that you're, I'll read it. So he says, one does not get to disregard all of that because you might disagree even vehemently with him. We're not disagreeing here. He's lying. That's the problem, is you give him this pass as if you have to take him at face value because he's credible. No, that's your opinion. I don't use the political dynamics of their personality I base it on the facts at hand. Now, as a lawyer, you'd think you'd do the same. It's not about your impression of who he is that should change the information. It's the information that should change the information. So is he lying about what we know? Does the evidence that we've gone through tooth and comb, does it add up with him blithely dismissing this as we absolutely know he killed himself? Guys, it's insane. And he says, we heard what he had to say on Epstein. He says he believes Epstein killed himself. I vehemently disagree with the statement, specifically because even if he did kill himself, literally with the extra linens and, the 100 reasons why it's absurdly illogical, if not impossible, though he says it was an inside job to tie up loose ends. Bongino says he believes and killed himself. Either he's right or he's wrong. Yeah, that's a hot take. If he's right, okay. If he is right, okay. If he's wrong, so be it. People are entitled to be wrong. See, this is the game. Not lying, but whoopsie, wrong. I can't get past this game of Trump or RFK to be like, well, we know him and he wouldn't lie like that. No, you don't, and he would. Whether he is or not, the point is it's absurd to give people those passes, especially in this level. You know, we're at the Game of Thrones here. This is the highest. We have to realize how much is on the line, even from a global perspective. So at the end of the day, to say that he's either right or wrong, we have to accept it, maybe a mistake. I mean, that to me is a wildly childish level of giving them a pass. The evidence, as you just said, you disagree with. Why would you pretend that okay, let me do it this way. You could argue he has access to things that maybe gives him more insight. That's certainly possible, right? But the idea that you can say that wouldn't that be something you would demand that they explain? Every bit of evidence we have shows you that doesn't make any sense. So what is it that changed your mind? I don't know. To come at it like this seems like you're giving a pass, and that seems partisan as hell to me. The bigger issue is not whether or not he sincerely believes Epstein killed himself, or if he doesn't believe it, but is saying it for other reasons. See, this is the game. Well, okay, what are those reasons? The dishonesty? Is he being threatened? Is he being blackmailed? To me, the game becomes, we'll give him a pass based on, he's probably like RFK. He's probably being blackmailed or threatened. Well, we don't know that. He very well could just as easily be involved with lying to you. He says there could be a number of reasons for this. Tactical, others sinister, definitely. But with the goodwill he develops over the years, sacrificing it all to serve country, see, there's your opinion. I don't agree with that. I find this guy not to be very honest, in my opinion, well before the administration. The fair thing would be to presume there is a good reason for which, really? The fair thing to do would be assume that he's got a good reason for it? You lost me well before that. But my God. Much shorter version of the exact same thing. Juanita Broderick says, it's hard to believe Epstein really killed himself and trust Cash and Dan at the same time. Therefore, I choose to trust Cash and Dan. The subject is now closed for me. Wow, that is some insightful analytical process there. Deductive logic. You're going, okay, I have to either choose between trust in politicians or the facts that I know. I'm going to go with my blind belief in them. So it's a religion is the point. And you're ignoring the facts in lieu of your support for people. That's the problem. This person says, agree, it's over. Wow. And failed Borders R says, I'll bet you're against Massie now too. Can you say cult? And we'll talk about this next. This weird attack on Massie now from the America First movement, or at least Trump and the ones that back him, the Trump First movement. I mean, okay, so let's take this second and talk about this, right? The idea is the basics, and we could go on forever. We did this in depth, like a lot of us did when this was happening. I mean, when you get into like the forensic stuff, right? The way his ear looked, his neck, and the different parts of his neck, it's very clear. The main thing that was hurt in there, ultimately, the argument is from the pathologist that it's not possible in regard. I think I even brought something up for that in regard to what was used. But the ones that I'll go into, the simple ones, we know that the reports are that somehow the cameras were broken or turned off. We know that the guards were somehow missing at this moment, right? We know that he's in a room specifically designed for people that might want to kill themselves, so they won't be able to, with shorter bunks, with sheets they supposedly used to hang himself that are designed to not be able to do that. So yet somehow he's able to do that? Like it's absurd. Or the idea of was it the guy that was supposed to be with him, right? The guy that was there for a corrupt cop that ultimately ended up threatening him or some weird thing before that. The argument of somebody that, there's 1,000 different points you could make about how it is not just unlikely, it's near impossible that makes sense. But certainly anything is possible. My point is, obviously, either based on the evidence that somebody did this, with the cameras and the guards and everything else happening, converging, perfect moment, no video, so we're told. I mean, or he's not dead. I mean, that's the only two things that actually line up with the evidence. So, and you can decide for yourself. Here is what Chris Martinson says. Somebody who is educated, right? Is a doctor, he knows a PhD, knows what he's talking about. He says, my PhD is in pathology, toxicology. I performed autopsies. He says, I know enough about anatomy to know that a slump hanging is not going to fracture and the hyoid bone, that's what we talked about, in 3 places, which is what happened. Epstein did not kill himself, he says. He was strangled by a strong man. This indicates we have a huge problem. And he points to Cash and Bongino. I agree. The point, slump hanging, because there was not enough length. The bed was not tall enough, and the fabric is supposed to be like paper thin to rip. There's no way. It is insane. And no one's trying to address how that makes sense. They just toe the line, guys. So do all the blind followers. Okay, here is open-minded approach saying, here's what Dan Bongino was saying about Epstein before he became the FBI director, and here's what he's saying now.
Listen, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. Catherine Rumler, we need to keep the heat on this case, folks. There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there.
And now he is the swamp.
That Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein?
All Democrats, of course, and we ignore all the Republican sides, or really just U.S. government influence.
Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it.
Well, see, that's even unfair right there. For all we know, he didn't die. Like, I think that's important to consider, guys. Like, there is a very real case in where he was removed. I honestly don't know. I think if I had to make sense of it, my gut would tell me the most logical thing was for them to get rid of him because he was a liability. But who knows?
Outside of a few entrepreneurial media outlets saying, hey, this is a big deal.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Seems very, very clear. Now, you could argue, right, that he saw something. He looked at the file and he said, oh, no, but why wouldn't that be relayed to us? Now, you could say national security. That's never going to work for me. That is, again, giving them the benefit of the doubt. Even if he deserves that, and we don't know that, it's still wrong of you as an American citizen to do that without knowing. You never give the government the benefit of the doubt. I mean, look, this is the same point of our founding fathers would tell you the same. I think what the Theodore Roosevelt quote that it is, I'll just grab it real quick. I think it's a good quote because it applies directly today. It simply is to announce that there must be no criticism of the president, or that we are to stand by the president, right or wrong, is not just unpatriotic and servile, but is morally treasonable to the American public. We need to hear that today. Now, this is Alex Jones grappling with this. So he posted this 5 hours ago and then captioned his own post and said something else. He says, Trump spokesperson Liz Harrington is shocked that Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino now claims that Trump's attempted assassin in Butler acted alone. Okay, interesting. You mean the transparently obvious dynamic of multiple angle? I mean, are we really going to allow him to tell us that Epstein didn't kill himself and that there was only one person involved in Butler? Come on, guys. This is not, I'm not going to say that we even know remotely the real picture there, because that was one of the most clumsy, never connected. That went forward without even anybody really connecting most of the dots. In the main dynamic. Like they didn't even care. They went with the original narrative, and everybody could see very clearly that there was inconsistencies, like very, very obvious foundational inconsistencies. And yet here he is telling you that one too. Towing the line, like the mainstream deep state swamp line, right? Here, Alex says, they both look like they're being held hostage. The body language is over the top, over the top bad. First, they claim Epstein killed himself, and now this. yeah, right? I think this was, this is the one I want to play, actually. I think it's the same clip. Yeah, I think so. So he says here, Trump, it's the same one, excuse me. Okay, so here's what he says. And this is about the Dan Bongino point. And I think this is just interesting to me because I keep pointing this out about the idea. He did this about Trump in the past, that Trump's a definite liar and he's a dishonest person. Well, clearly that never changed your support for him, right? He's done that many times. And I think it's about trying to create the impression that you're critical, even though your support never stops. In this case, that he looks like a hostage. Okay, well, you could look at his even the last few days, he still supports these people. And here's how he tries to grapple with this on his show.
Say it.
Oh, hold on. Really? Did I not? Or was it this one?
Just not kidding. We've been personally briefed extensively on every single detail, nugget, tendril of this case.
So when he says briefed, doesn't that right there give you an indication of what were you handled? Did they show you what they wanted you to see? Or were you given access for you to investigate? Think about that.
One is actively in court right now. So out of respect for the case, it's probably more appropriate that I stay quiet on that.
And he seems to be sweating.
However, I'm not going to tell people what they want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth. And whether you like it or not is up to you. If there was a big explosive there, right? Given my history as a Secret Service agent and my personal friendship as a director does with the president, give me one logical, sensible reason we would not have. If you can think of one, there isn't.
Guys, that's insane. Like, this is his opening part. Like, you're like the whole thing. Like, she doth protest too much, right? Like, you're kind of like going, well, why wouldn't we do the thing? Very, very, very clearly, like if you ask somebody based on like body language, and that seems to be like he's trying to cover something. That's my personal opinion, but this seems to be kind of a general consensus. Like even people that support them are like he said, hostage video, kind of hard to miss this.
Isn't there in some of these cases the there you're looking for is not there. And I know people, I get it. I understand. It's not there. If it was there, we would have told you.
Trump. What an insane thing. What does that even mean? So just move along? There's no there? Really?
Former spokesperson Liz Harrington slams FBI Director Dan Bongino for downplaying Trump Butler assassination. I'm sorry. The investigation into J13 is closed. Who were you briefed by? The people who came in, hosed down the crime scene, cremated the body?
Okay, just right now, just think about this. Yeah, that's what I just said too. Like, briefed by who? The people from board? Okay, so these are the people that told you should trust these people. These are the people that said they have faith. As Catherine, 100% faith in the. Okay, here we are, where you have the briefest of indication, and they start jumping down the. Well, the point is, guys, this is always about following along, going along to get along. The evidence, as David Icke would tell you, has been there long before we got here. So just because they suddenly feel obligated to start calling it out because it's very obvious, doesn't mean you start pretending that they're being honest with you. Those that were being honest with you, the ones that were telling you these red flags were there from the beginning. And maybe still decided to support them, but made clear, this is a problem. That's not what you got from people like this.
Stonewalled congressional investigations and lawyered up the family? There is a there because we know nothing about Crooks or who he was talking to. If this is true, they need to come out with everything they know about why and how a 20-year-old pulled that off. You have up there like 10 minutes on the roof. Everybody, gun, nothing's done. The former FBI director just called for another hit on President Trump.
See, and we're really going to play that game? He's talking about Comey calling for a hit on Trump, which is certainly possible. But see, it's not that we think that, it's that that's the fact now. And anybody objective and with a brain cell is going to say, well, that's certainly possible, maybe even likely. But you can't tell me you know what Comey was thinking. You know what I mean? Like, again, if that's the case, then Posobiec should be just as in jail as anybody else because he threatened to kill Biden, right? Or not right? How's that work for you?
Yeah, it'll just get covered up. We must get serious about what is going on. Yeah, it was the deep state 100%, and it's being covered up.
The deep state. You got to love that bland, or the deep state. What does that mean? The Democrats, as far as you're concerned, that's pretty much the case. It's like just a late. That is not a definable thing for most people. Everybody you're saying that to has a different interpretation of what that broad thing means. Generally, as usual, an unelected power structure. Well, if you're going to make that case, to pretend it's the Democrats is the stupidest thing in that conversation. That you're going to pretend that this massive monolithic deep state is going to only focus on half the paradigm and just lose power when they. Come on, guys. That's just silly.
Then that green light.
Oh, and don't forget that he's the one that shared that provably fake video of the ear being shot, saying it was massive proof, and it turned out to be a reversed video that was completely manufactured. And they just move forward.
Them to do it again. And you know what Comey just said? Let's 86-47 instead of 48-47. We've got some very disappointing, disturbing things coming out of Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. And again, everybody knows I'm not the guy that jumps the gun on criticizing people in the Trump administration. I don't want to do it. I don't want to believe it. And I think the jury's out on some things here.
Yeah, what's
certainly
that?
Not on RFK Jr. Delivering, unbelievably incredible. Thank you, Jesus.
Okay, so you're going to just so right now it's the pretend we're pushing back on them day, right? That was RFK a second ago. But so we don't care about the Stargate platform or the MMR deviation or anything else or the seed oils continuing or that's all. He's nailing it, right? But over here now we're going to float the idea that we push back on these people a little bit, and then tomorrow shift back again and go, yeah, they're nailing over here. The point is, guys, you're not the one that's going to criticize. Why not? Why wouldn't you criticize what's wrong, regardless of your partisan side? I mean, even what you just said makes it clear that you pull a punch based on people on your side. They all do it. It's not logic. It's childish. And lastly, and just so you don't miss the obvious point there, I'm sure it was pretty self-evident, they're telling you Epstein killed himself. They're telling you that that's put to bed. We're telling you that the shooting of Trump was just one guy and it's over. You know, that angers everybody. His own supporters are convinced that that was a Democrat plot or some kind of FBI game, which is certainly possible, which we considered. Everybody else that's not partisan is going, well, yeah, the whole story stinks to high heaven. It's provably based on the angles. It's not possible. I made this point as early, I think, frankly, earlier than most anybody. But I can't watch everybody's content. But the very first thing I picked up was the fact that there's no way, I got so much pushback for this, that the way he was facing, that they could have hit the top part of his ear. There's no way. It's impossible from where the kid was. I went over this 100 times over, but I get pushback from people on the other side claiming that I'm somehow not, but then at the same time, we'll tell you there's multiple shooters. It's insane. The bottom line is they're trying to put all that to bed. I don't know why we could pretend. Now keep an eye out for what goes forward. And he's telling you they can't be trusted. Okay, so if this goes forward and nothing gets changed and they keep doing it, how long until he starts promoting them again? Think about it. Watch. You tell me when it happens. How long until they start being the guys on your side again? The next thing they say, the next tweet they share, the meme they like. End of the day is, if that's the truth and you meant what you said, or a cat turd calling for arrest, then it wouldn't just drift away when it doesn't happen. You would call it out and you would go, okay, there's something wrong. I don't think it'll happen. Here is a staggeringly obvious point. As Bennett Johnson says, holy smokes, President Trump just went scorched earth on Massie. And that's something you should praise? I mean, let me play it first. Here's what Trump said.
Say it. I'm a fiscal hawk. I'm a bigger fiscal hawk.
I'm the one. I'm the one.
I'm a bigger fiscal hawk. There's nobody like me as a fiscal hawk.
God. That's more deficit than Biden did. This bill kind of
because we have to fix the country.
Do you think that Thomas Massie is correct?
Right. So you respond by saying, yes, the deficit is crazy, but to fix the country. But the whole argument is that you're disagreeing with him because he says that. So you admit that he's right. And here's the response.
Saying that this is adding Biden.
No, I don't have to fix the country.
Do you think that Thomas Massie is correct in saying that this is adding Biden?
No, I don't think Thomas Massie understands government.
Oh.
I think he's a grandstander.
Oh. Cristian.
Probably, but we don't even talk to him much. I think he should be voted out of office.
Oh.
And I just don't think he understands government. If you ask him a couple of questions, he never gives you an answer. He just says, I'm a no. He thinks he's going to get publicity.
Wow.
And you have that. You have that. They've got some too. Go ahead.
See, what a coward, guys. This is exactly, Trump is so overwhelmed with his hubris, his need to be the one in charge and the one importantly behind everything, whether he is or not, that he can't let that go. He can't it's not like Massie was saying Trump's an idiot. He's saying, I disagree. This is what it will do. He's not allowed to have an opinion, but you're not allowed to deviate from the party. That's what they make clear. It's not about truth or what's correct or what's best for this country. It's about the Trump plan. It's about Trump first, not America first. Now, that's not, in my opinion, about a partisan thing. That's just he's the one there, and that's the personality they chose for obvious reasons. Regardless, Massie was somebody that they really tried to get you to think was going to be part of the team because they knew that the supporters of Trump wanted that. And this is how he responds. All because he's put forward that Massie didn't agree with what he said. He's apparently not capable of putting someone down who has a different opinion than he does. That, by the way, is shocking insecurity. Here, I said, this is what America First conservatives support. Massie is the most genuinely America First member of Congress. I'm not saying I agree with everything he does, and I question everything like any member of government. But if you look at his actual voting track record, if you look at what he actually stands for and what he's been consistently about, he is by far the most genuinely America First member of Congress. And so I said, so I guess this is really about whether you are America First or simply Trump first. That's Trump derangement syndrome right there. And you guys, it is wild how many people, libertarians or whatever, have just suddenly turned because Trump decides to attack him. It's become a talking point. And I said, in my opinion, this is what it's mostly about, other than ego, him calling out the bill around anti-Semitism. And he really did call it out. He has been for a while, and he votes no against things that he does not believe in regarding his stance, his principles. Is that, and you're going to attack that? You know what I mean? Like, it's so transparent. These people will wishy-washy go with whatever they think is benefiting them and then rationalize why that makes sense. And he's got his team of sycophants that will then claim that's what you always wanted. And then everyone will follow suit. Massie, on the other hand, stands up and says what he believes in and bucks things all the time. Now, you could argue still that's part of his shtick and his game. You could decide for yourself. But what's crazy is that he has been consistent, which is why I give him more credit than most. It's just embarrassing. It is truly embarrassing that people out there, grown men, act like what he just did right there is somehow commendable. We've been lost in this, guys, and it's just sad. Now, last point on this, not really connected in a larger point, but I just wanted to highlight it somewhere. This came out today. Musk plans to reduce political spending as he steps back from the Trump administration. His quote, "I've done enough." Okay, well, interesting end to this weird situation, which I doubt it actually is ending in the real sense. Let me just first tell you how I read this. I get the sense that Elon Musk has been a spectacular failure in regard to what they were trying to accomplish, whether because of his own ego, because he was just being too clumsy about it. I don't know. Or maybe because he just failed because what he did with Doge was clumsy and constantly counter, like he did things that made things worse. He lied about all sorts of things, which that's just what politicians do. But what's interesting is that I think it caused maybe too much of a reaction, maybe the wrong reaction. Either way, get him out of the way. The technocratic agenda needs to continue. He'll still play a central role as the same Musk he was before he became part of the government. And they just need to get him out of the focal light, the spotlight, so we stop resisting everything from left and right, what they're rolling out. That's what my gut tells me. What's funny, though, is to take what he said at face value, I've done enough. Well, okay, you promised $2 trillion in savings. Now you're framing it as 150, 200 billion, and that's provably not true. I'm not saying that because some dumb article said it, because I went through it myself. He's lying. I've caught so many different lies. And so when he comes up and says, I've done enough, does that mean that you're giving up? Have you given up now because people made fun of you, because they were attacking you? Or are you actually pretending like you finished your job? Or at least what you claimed your job was. You see what I mean? Like, there's something very weird about this. I get the sense that it doesn't line up. That if they were, didn't they tell you we're going to stick it through because we don't care what you think? And well, they didn't even really meet the amount they said he was going to be there for, let alone the extensions that we expected that they said would continue regardless, that they can do it if they want to. I don't know. That stands out to me as a very telling thing, that you've done enough. Well, based on literally everybody's impression, even the people that claim you're doing the right thing, you haven't finished what you claimed you would do. Enough would mean the end of the problems, the end of the everything you claimed you're fighting has not been solved. Like even USAID is not, it's still there, despite all the claims, or the continual funding of things in the HIV and AIDS prevention in Africa. There's multiple contracts for that right now. Or the Reuters funding that Jones called out recently again, even though they're still, as of right now, funding Reuters newswire services. I've gone over all these things. My audience knows this. If you're in there shaking your head, that can't be true. We've gone over it many times. I have tweets about it. Look it up on my account. The funny thing, though, is I've done enough. Seems to be damage control. That'd be my take. But tell me what you think. Now, let's talk about the overlap of these things in regard to immigration. Now, first, I want to re-highlight something that a couple times I've already talked about, but I want to go through the full thread really quickly again about this to set this tone for those that may not have seen it. And we're going to talk about habeas corpus again and the point of Noem, Kristi Noem, and how incredibly insane that is. But first, the pushback on how this process is going. You don't really need much more evidence than what we're going to show you to understand how they're doing this. Just extrapolate it out to all the examples that we have. Now, this is the show we talked about it. Visa stripped based on a Batar tweet. May 10th. Here's the actual thread, but I've just the last couple times I've just shown you this to set the tone. But I want to really quickly go through just a few tweets on this. And again, just so you don't understand, so you didn't miss it, it ends with the actual court document where you can literally read exactly what the judge said. So for those who don't know, Batar USA is a Zionist, like dangerously Zionist. In fact, it previously, I believe, called a terrorist organization by Jewish groups, a Zionist organization that has been going around the United States and threatening Americans and immigrants alike with deportation and like violent threats with pagers, the bomb threat, which they are doing. And the point is that they've also been giving lists to the government, making lists of Americans and immigrants and saying these people need to be deported. And in many cases, Khalil being one of them, they used what they said and removed him. And they're still trying to right now deport Khalil. They're still trying despite having literally no evidence whatsoever. And I'll even show you a video today of how ridiculous it is that they're claiming he's pushing back at all. The point, though, is that Bitar, in another circumstance, or many of them, by the way, this is one we can prove, got called out by the judge. The judge, in their own report, said this alone, this tweet by itself, was what they used to arrest this guy. 48 hours they held him until it was proven the tweet was a lie. The point is that the current U.S. government and the Noem's department are arresting people because this Zionist group asked. I really need that to sink in because that is what the judge proved. That's what the tweet shows. And it's just this one case. But if we can't recognize that's Khalil and it's bigger than one or two people, then you're not paying attention. Because it is a huge problem, whether it's tattoos and certain skin color or Bitar simply going, get that guy out of here. He doesn't like Israel. It's happening. So Melnick, the lawyer from, again, he's from the American Immigration Council, says the judge's decision on this came out last night. It's May 9th. Says it exposes how the Trump administration stripped a guy of a student visa because Bitar tweeted about him. Then issued an ICE arrest warrant for him based on an outright lie just 48 hours later. Absolutely crazy. Give me 30 seconds here, guys. Do play a real quick thing here. I'll be right back.
This starts, and it's really fascinating to go back. It starts in 1996 with Netanyahu, who wrote a book called Fighting Terrorism. And the thesis of the book is quite straightforward and very dangerous. He says, there's Hamas, there's Hezbollah, they oppose Israel. It's not good for us to fight them directly. That won't work. What we need to do is topple the governments that back them. So what we need is regime change throughout the Middle East. And he actually gave a long list of 7 countries that included Syria, Libya, Iraq, Iran, Somalia, Sudan, and Lebanon. And systematically, the United States has done Netanyahu's bidding for almost 30 years now, going to war with every one of them except for the big one that Netanyahu so much longs for, which is the war directly between the United States and Iran.
Ooh, almost didn't make it back in time. All right. Thank you for giving me that moment. Obviously, that clip, I think, is always relevant for many reasons, but just had to do something really quickly. So the point is just this tweet alone. Okay. And so let's read directly what the actual court document says. And again, it's linked down there. Now it says, during this time, a profile for petitioner appeared on the website for Canary Mission, an organization that claims its mission is to document individuals and organizations that promote hatred of the United States, Israel, and Jews on North American college campuses and beyond. Now it says the picture or the profile of petitioner discusses the events of November 3rd. On April 8th, 2025, Bitar Worldwide, or Bitar USA on Twitter, an organization that claims its mission is to empower Jews to stand strong, speak out, and defend their heritage in Israel against all threats, tweeted an image from petitioner's Canary Mission, profile. Along with the image, the tweet claimed to have submitted petitioner's name for deportation. It appears that petitioner name had, in fact, recently been submitted for deportation. April 9th, 2025, just a day after the tweet from Bitar USA. Trying to get this thing out of here. I don't know why that won't move. A day after the tweet, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Visa Services sent a memo to ICE regarding revocation of the visa, effective the same day. I don't know why that want to pop. That's weird. I want to see what that word says right there. Here. Not that it's just right there. It says, on April 10th, Department of Homeland Security issued that's so stupid that pops up, an administrative warrant for their arrest, claiming the execution of a charging document to initiate removal proceedings against the subject on the basis for the arrest. So that's what I showed you briefly last time, but the first time I went through it, I just want to show you this again. He says, Judge Kelly found that ICE's arrest of this person, Mr. Erselik, was intended to punish him for pro-Palestinian advocacy. Now, this is really important, guys. It's not just that they're doing their bidding of Batar. It's that they know whether, I mean, that's part of it, right? But for me, it's truly about the idea that they are being led by a Zionist organization, but then collaborating to punish people who are here legally simply because they advocate for Palestine. It's just, we need to realize how dark this is. And it says the DHS warrant issued 48 hours after Batar's tweet said it was because he had been placed into removal proceedings. That was a lie. It didn't happen until 15 days later. So they're lying about damn near every part of this. And it says the judge found that Mr. Ehrlich was arrested and detained by ICE because of Batar's advocacy in support of deporting students who have engaged in pro-Palestine advocacy. Quote, respondents' pursuit of detention seems to have been almost exclusively triggered by Batar worldwide. That's the judge. Then it says Mr. Ehrlich wanted to leave on his own after the visa revocation by flying home to Turkey. So if their point was getting rid of the people, that wouldn't be pushed back on. In fact, going home of their own volition, isn't that what Trump is asking for? Instead, ICE wants him to be deported and sent home in handcuffs instead. Judge Kelly found that this was clearly intended to punish him, citing Noem's support of the idea of self-deportation, right? They want that, and then he finally goes, fine, I'll do it. And they go, no, we're going to arrest you and send you where we want to send you. It's just so crazy. The judge says ICE has done nothing to disabuse the court of the most obvious conclusion. Prolonging his detention deliberately was intended to be punitive. In the name of discretion, respondents asked the court to close its eyes to reality. The guarantees of the Constitution allow no such thing. Of course, that's where they go, you're a radical Democrat, despite half of them, some of them anyways, being Trump judges, especially 6 conservatives in the Supreme Court. One of which, by the way, Barrett, is now being attacked by all the people that cheered her on being elected, like Kat Turner and the rest, are put there. It says, full decision here, Judge Kelly orders ICE to release him so he can go home on his own without having to be detained for months by ICE. It's just showing you what this is all really about. Deliberate action, punishing people. So here we are with habeas corpus. Kristi Noem, I just am blown away by this statement. Now, seems to be that people argue that somehow not what she knows that she's lying about this. Obviously possible. I don't understand how we think this makes sense, right? How you can argue that somehow her saying she doesn't know this or responding not in some tactful kind of pithy way, but just making her look stupid. You know, it's like the same as arguing that Trump deliberately said he didn't know that he thought those tattoos were real. Do you really think he would argue that he didn't know? I mean, that makes them look really dumb. So here's this clip again, and we'll talk about it. This blows me away.
Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right to.
Let me stop you, ma'am. Habeas corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President Lincoln used it.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people, including American citizens, and hold them indefinitely for no reason. Habeas corpus is the foundational right that separates free societies like America from police states like North Korea. As a senator from the live free or die state, this matters a lot to me and my constituents and to all Americans. So Secretary Noem, do you support the core protection that habeas corpus provides, that the government must provide a public reason in order to detain and imprison someone?
Yeah, I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the President of the United States has the authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not.
It has never
Let us be clear, though,
it has never been done.
That's the second reason, by the way, because she's flatly wrong. And we already went over this in the last show when this came up. It's very clear. Ask any constitutional expert, ask any constitutional lawyer. It's very clear. Congress has that right. And as she'll say right now, even with Clinton, with Lincoln, which I actually didn't know until I talked with Bruce Fine told me that on our show we recently had, that ultimately that even Lincoln eventually got it ratified by Congress because the argument was it was unconstitutional, which it was. Because it's not the president's prerogative to do that. It is Congress. Because that makes sense. Because if you're going to try to do the only allowable dynamics, which I still find crazy, but it is the original Constitution, that anything they argued could be, habeas corpus could be suspended was rebellion an invasion, like a state acting rebellion invasion, or rather rebellion from within or an invasion from without. The point is Congress is the only one given that authority because that has to then be a public discussion. They have to actually debate. It can't be one person making a personal decision from executive power. That is obvious. And she didn't know that. Or yes, you could argue all this is about lying in the right way to get this enshrined in people's minds, which I don't think so. I think she was chosen because of these ignorance, misinformation, misinformed points.
United States has the authority under it. I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the President of the United States has the authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not.
It has never
Let
been,
us be clear, though,
it
that
has
this
never
president,
been done. It has never been done without approval of Congress. Even Abraham Lincoln got retroactive approval from Congress.
Yep. Just wild. And what they keep, I think she briefly said earlier, what they keep saying, and now because they said it, that becomes something that everyone repeats online without knowing they're wrong. The claim that, Biden did it too, or Clinton or Obama. No, not true. Now, yes, there's examples like we talked about this morning, the NDAA. It's not the same as flatly suspending habeas corpus, which is what they're talking about. That's not the same thing. Now, yes, they're all like even examples of Biden or Obama, the rest. Yeah. Or Clinton. Yes, they absolutely, in many cases, did remove people without due process. It's amazing that they act like that's a gotcha. I'm accusing all of them of the same thing. Your government is guilty of doing that. Right now, then, same thing. It's just, if everyone's able to divide it on some partisan line and act like if you only say it now, then you didn't care then, even if that's the case, does that stop this from being a problem? It's just this weird, broken logic. Either way, that's why it's hard for people that are arguing from a partisan place to argue with nonpartisan people, because the truth is, if you're being objective with the logic, that it's a problem. I thought it was a problem when they did it then. It's a problem when they do it now. So couldn't we agree that we should stop doing it now if we agree it's a problem? The idea is that they know what they're doing and they're trying to slowly set this precedent that the president could do whatever they want. We should call the crimes out, right? And it is Congress that's allowed to do that, nobody else. And they've been violating all sorts of laws and rights for a very long time. Doesn't make it okay. Now, as I simply said, so Kristi Noem, the U.S. Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, just embarrassingly revealed that she has no idea what habeas corpus is, which should not surprise anyone. This, in my opinion, is exactly why she was chosen. Ignorance. Being able to be manipulated by partisan or by personal emotional reasons. Like this is the kind of person they want. The real string pullers, in my opinion. Heartland Signal highlights what Elisa Slotkin had to say, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Now, right there, the point is that it becomes a Democrat versus Republican, and people choose their sides. That's childish. To me, I care about the facts, regardless of what it comes from. And in this case, after Noem botched the habeas corpus point, here's what she says.
Concern is you're sending a chill down the spine of America by going after people who either have legal status or American citizens. And when my colleagues ask you about habeas corpus, and you say, literally, we can review the tape, that you believe it's a right the president has. Mm-hmm. You sat here in front of all of us.
And look, see, I actually think that's a really dangerous conflation. Because you just gave her a complete right? That's what I said. That's not what you said. You didn't only think it's a right the president. You said it's a right the president has to deport people. That's not that you think it's the president's right. That's that you don't understand what habeas corpus is. That's like one aspect is due process, like you being able to defend yourself. That's not the president's right of anything. If you're going to argue it's the president's right to suspend habeas corpus, which is where I think her broken mind was going with that, you don't know what you're talking about. So even right there, she seems to kind of patch over that and give her the pass that what she meant was the president's the one that can suspend it. That's not what she said. That's very telling to me. I only just picked up on that. Let's watch again.
My concern is you're sending a chill down the spine of America by going after people who either have legal status or American citizens. And when my colleagues ask you about habeas corpus, and you say, literally, we can review the tape, that you believe it's a right the president has. Mm-hmm. You sat here in front of all of us and swore an oath to the Constitution, and that is not at all what habeas corpus is. It is a right that we all get, that American citizens get, that people who are in the United States legally have.
Correct. Even illegal immigrants, when it comes to due process and deportation proceedings, yes, easily proven.
So my concern is it's complete overreach. I don't think American citizens, even those who voted for Trump, believe that you should be able to just grab someone off the street.
I agree with that. Now, I know we get bombarded with the pressure of social engineering and all the different accounts and bots they show you, and many obviously people that do believe that. I don't believe that most conservatives think that's okay. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just, or at the very least, maybe it's wishful thinking. I just don't know how that can be the reality, but.
Sloppy, who has the legal right to be here, and certainly an American citizen. And I just am concerned that while you say you're going after the most dangerous folks, what you're actually doing is going after folks for political reasons, right? A PhD student that's unarmed
absolutely
is not at the top of the list.
And we're not deporting U.S. citizens, and we're not deporting
10
people
of them
who
have
have
been
legal
deported.
status here.
10
Yeah, they literally are. Now, American citizens, there's an overlap, right? We're talking about children as well. We'll touch on that. But she just literally said we're not deporting people who are legally here. Yeah, literally one of the easiest parts to prove. There's many examples that are without question at this point proven that they're currently trying to fight in court in wherever they can. The point is people, whether we have kids that have almost been sent or kids that are currently there, or people who are here legally, who are currently in El Salvador, or here legally, who are detained and about to be sent. Khalil Osterk was recently released. But we can prove this. And the next story we're going to go over is from that early report we got, which is not even the full report of all the names they originally sent. Not even what's been happening since then, but the original 270, whatever that number was. The first thing we got was 75% of them did not have any criminal record. Then it's come out that there's now specific, that that's not even the full amount, that ultimately that there's 50 people that they can quite literally prove had no criminal record and were here legally in this country. Now, the reason that's less than the other numbers is because there's an overlap of people that might have had no criminal record that might have been here illegally. All of that's the same conversation of whether they should be sent to a foreign Guantanamo Bay camp that they're never been from. But the main point, in my opinion, to reach the people that need to hear it, 50 or more people that are in El Salvador who were not part of a gang, who had no criminal record, who were here legally. One case that'll just blow your mind, but we'll get to that in a second. So I think that's super important. I forget how is she ending again.
U.S. citizens, and we're not deporting people
10 of them
who
have
have
been
legal
deported.
status here.
So she said, we're not deporting U.S. citizens, and that's also a fault. That's also a lie. And we're not deporting people who are legally here. The biggest lie of all. Literally prove that she's lying about that. Or even worse, maybe she doesn't even know, which I find really hard to believe. So here, we talked about this already. And just because Newsweek reported on it does not make it untrue. This guy was a Trump supporter. He proved it when in the interview. He voted for Trump, and he almost got sent to El Salvador. Not that should necessarily matter. It's just about trying to reach people to show you that everybody, everywhere, is potentially a victim here, or potentially you could be next one being taken because you didn't have your ID that day. And it says wrongly detained by ICE. Now questions vote. It's back on March 7th. We covered it. Now, this is simply Grok asking about American citizens who deported. And I'll just include this for you. It's just the stuff we've already talked about. The children, right? The ones that, and this is important to understand, that this has now come out even in court, that they lied about this, that the mother and the father were trying to work it out to where the kids could stay. And ICE agents literally grabbed the phone out of the mom's hand and then in public said that they allowed her every allowance and she wanted to take them with her and we let her do that. They just made it all up. It's all come out. The point is that even the father has spoke up, the mother has spoke up, the court, they've basically proven with their own background documents that they were trying to do so and they wouldn't let them. Its bottom line is that these were U.S. citizens, children that were born here, who have been now removed because they didn't care that they wanted to stay with the father, who, by the way, is here legally. But we also have examples that I didn't even know of. Like this, for example, a 20-year-old American citizen was detained for over 24 hours in Florida. It says under a law that a federal judge has ordered cannot be enforced. The individual's name was not reported. This is the one I think we talked about. His name is Machado, a U.S. citizen. And it was obtained by ICE while driving to work in Virginia, mistaken for someone with a deportation order. He offered to show his Virginia driver's license, but agents refused to verify his identity. His full name was not disclosed. And I looked this up, and he apparently was, where was that? Oh, I think I just closed it. Basically, the port that he was released. So what's interesting, though, if you are a certain skin color and have random tattoos, regardless of what their association is, and you don't have your ID on you. Let's say you're in board shorts and you came from the beach and you don't have your ID on you. There has already been examples of people just like that swept up who got sent to El Salvador within days. Even though there was the kid from Texas that was seconds away from being sent. And if it hadn't been for the Supreme Court that put a stop on it, that then gave him like a few extra days to push back, he's a U.S. citizen. He was from Texas. They claimed he was trying to cross. He crossed from the border and he couldn't prove he didn't have his ID. And then they came out in court and through their lawyers that they just flatly lied about it. The story from the Trump administration and then the DH or the ICE agents both conflicted. One said they caught him on this side of the border. The other said they caught him on this side of the border. All of it was a lie since he lived in Texas. It's just mind-blowing what's going on. And I can't believe there's enough people, even enough, that we're willing to be dishonest about this. Or that you somehow contort everything into a Democrat trick, even though you could prove all of it. And I'm not saying there's not partisan deception. It's everywhere, but my God. Anyway, there's more for you to read. Now, here's Kristi Noem, as we already showed you recently, backing a reality TV show where immigrants compete for fast-track citizenship while she's deporting people who are here legally, right? Calling it the American. This is like right out of the most dystopian, like, looking at like idiocracy kind of a thing. I just can't believe that this is even real. It's embarrassing to me that people pretend this makes sense, and it's not the most disgusting, embarrassing, just travesty of what we pretend we are at the very least. It's my God. Oh, and then don't forget, Caroline Leavitt just recently said she's refusing to rule out arrests of Supreme Court judges. Why? Because they're ruling against what Trump wants to do. Same thing. It's not America first. It's clearly Trump first right now. And about the game of the claim of habeas corpus and due process, despite them claiming they want to suspend it or not really knowing what it is, here's an example of why that kind of broken information does influence people. We keep seeing this claim. Beautiful Larkin Riley and Rachel Morin didn't get due process. Well, that doesn't make any sense because they weren't in a court. They were killed by immigrants. And yes, that should be called out. And whether it's an immigrant or anybody else, it's travesty. It's horrible. And the people should be held accountable for it. But where in that process did you expect due process? Were they going to stop in the middle of the murder and say, should we got to make a judge confirm this? I mean, again, what Evan points out is, do you guys not know what due process is? Like even Jack Posobiec made this point. It's because it's an emotional outrage point. It's meant to deviate your attention away from the fact that they're breaking the Constitution or ignoring constitutional rights over to you're supposed to hate migrants because that's what happened here. It's not on accident and very disgusting. And that means they don't care about your constitutional rights as people arguing they're America first. He also points out what Matt Walsh said, I think illegal aliens should get due process. The process is this. It's the same kind of, they're all repeating each other. It's embarrassing. He says, you capture them, confirm that they're here illegally. That's actually the different part right there. You expel them from the country. That's it. That's the whole process. No other processes do these people. Well, what's funny, Matt, is you actually highlighted the main point, which is confirm they're here illegally, which is, Evan points out, is the part that's not happening. It's pretty effing simple. So what's funny is he thinks he's like making this pithy point about how you're all wrong. The point is you just highlighted exactly what all of us are calling out, and maybe highlighted that you don't even realize it's not happening. They're not proving any of this. There is no, because the point is that's where that would be verified. They are claiming they're here illegal, and we keep seeing people that are sent that are even American citizens or almost, or those that are sent that were here provably under the law. And so they're not going through the process. They're scooping them up and they're assuming or not caring or going with what Israel says. And what Bob says here is that doesn't require a jury trial. I'm sorry, Evan. And that's my point. As this person says, no one's suggesting jury trials, man. Like, this is insane. But they're following the talking points of the dumb people like Stephen Miller. Or no. And that's the response, though. It's a hyperbolic, incorrect framing, but it gets them to push back on what they assume is happening, and they're wrong. Meanwhile, they're helping to undermine their own rights without even knowing it. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Here's another example of idiocy. DC Drano says, when you get pulled over, a cop checks your ID to make sure you have a driver's license. If you don't have a driver's license, you get arrested and hauled to jail. Well, that's debatable. Checking ID is enough due process to take your liberty. So why isn't it enough for illegal aliens? No proof of citizenship, you get deported and arrested. Well, as Ben says, this is not what happens if you're pulled over, but don't have your valid driver's license on you. The overall point, he goes, it is what happens if you are pulled over, don't have your driver's license on you, refuse to give the cop your name, and then they can verify your identity some other way and then punch the cop in the face. But if you like that's what get you arrested. He goes, I'm not sure it would even give them probable cause to search your car. Also, by the way, in plenty of states, Well, I guess the ID, you're not required to have your identification if you're out of your car, but the point is you're driving your car and you get pulled over without your identification, which has happened to me before. Half the time you can say, I left it at home, I ran out my shorts, and they'll just let you go, give you a ticket, or even say, don't forget it next time, because they can look you up in the system, right? The point, though, is that what you're highlighting here is some level of verification process because we have something. These are people that don't, if you're claiming they're illegal, first of all, they don't have an identification, right? So, but you can't assume that that means they're here legally. That's something you have to then prove, right? And that's where, and the point is not whether they can verify it, it's whether you give the person the ability to try to prove, like this is the case about people being sent that are here legally. It's possible that the DHS doesn't care. That's what I think is the reality, that they're like, screw it, we're not even checking. But they could be wrong, right? Which, by the way, DC Drano, that's happened in the past. So because they could be wrong, that's where you get the opportunity to say, wait. I actually have my visa. I just didn't bring it with me. And then you could present that, or you can't. And then so this is why people like this are not stupid. These people know what due process is. They don't care. They're fighting for a political agenda. At least that's how I see it. Or he's really uninformed with his job, which is his entire career. But overall, what you're highlighting here is exactly the problem, is that we somehow think that you're allowed to, because of the dynamic of what your driver's license, that you think that people should not have to prove their claims in this country, that the government should be able to make an allegation, even though we keep seeing them be wrong over and over and over, and that's okay because you have a driver's license. I mean, none of this really adds up. And all it does is give people a quick, it's sort of like the immigration border or like your home dynamic. Well, let them come move in your house then. It's just a dumb argument, and it does not apply to the full nuance of the conversation. Obviously, the main point you can take away of this is we can already prove, as we're going to talk about right now, that there are currently 50 or more people in El Salvador who were legally in the country who did not have a criminal record. We can prove that. So, going back to his point, obviously, even if that is a valid point, if you think, and I disagree, even then we should recognize that we know that something's not working, and we should damn well demand they prove it, because you could be next. Now, here is a video from NBC talking about this kid we're going to discuss. This is one of these examples. And this really is wild to me. Basic point they're going to hear in the video is they went through this massive process of long-term vetting process. You know, what they're supposed to do, we're told. And then when they get here, this kid gets sent to El Salvador. That's what we're dealing with. So it could very well be intentional to de-incentivize any kind of immigration. But you're sending an innocent kid to a terrible Guantanamo Bay camp because of your agenda, sort of like allowing kids to take a dangerous shot for your agenda, so not really different. Here's what the report says.
Before they ever set foot in the United States, Before they ever set foot in the United States, Lisbeth Sanguino and her sons went through months of vetting, in-person interviews, and background checks to be resettled as refugees from Venezuela. So she was shocked when the family arrived at the Houston airport and immigration agents arrested her 24-year-old son, Widmer Aguelvis. The reason? A tattoo of a rose and a clock.
I mean, just look at it, right? I mean, the idea that that's supposed to represent some kind of gang affiliation, which anything certainly could, as they're going to reference it even in this clip, and there's plenty of experts left and right that have spoken up that they'll tell you that these gangs do not use these as identification. Either way, experts aside, they don't matter, apparently. That's a clock and an owl and a rose. I mean, in no way to me even screams we should think this is a tattoo. But even like, look, if I got a tattoo on my arm that said MS-13, does that now make me a gang member? Or one that you interpret that way, or pretend that you're assuming, anyway, make a joke about Trump's dumb assumption. The bottom line is this is exactly why these things matter, is that you can't just take a subjective point and claim that means this person's life is over for your benefit or whatever. That is where you're supposed to be able to have the right to say, wait a minute, I know it looks like this, but that's not the truth. Let me prove it. But apparently these people want that to go away in this country, as they have already floated 5 times that you may be next, Americans. How is this not more alarming for people?
Which an agent wrote are associated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, Widmer Aguelvis. The reason? A tattoo of a rose and a clock, which an agent wrote are associated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua.
Hardly.
But experts say Tren de Aragua does not use tattoos as markers of membership. And government documents show that Aguelvis had no criminal record or other evidence linking him to the gang.
Now that's what matters to me. right? Let's just even say a tattoo that looks somewhat similar. If he's got no criminal record and no affiliation that you can prove, you can't just use a tattoo to move someone to a foreign country's prison. Pretending for a second there's even precedent for that regardless, or law, there's not. The reason this is so chilling for me is it's such a small sliver of a difference between anybody else. And as I said before, in principle, it's no different than sending an American.
Yet he ended up here, in a notorious supermax prison in El Salvador designed to lock up gang members and terrorists indefinitely with no contact with the outside world. God. He's one of hundreds of men deported to the prison without a court hearing under the Alien Enemies Act.
Look at that kid. And realize that that's also, by the way, I believe since the rulings, they know they're required to give due process. They are regardless of the court ruling, but they still keep sending people without it, whether with the act or not. It's just like this process that seems to keep going. But look at that kid with braces. It looks like, I can't tell. I think he's got braces. I can't tell. Right, but it's not like that should necessarily define whether you're a criminal. But just think about the kind of people they're in there with. Like we saw with the gay barber that got sent there with a damn rainbow flag tattoo on his arm. I mean, we already got reports that he was getting beat up by the guards. That was one of the first things we reported. God only knows what's happening to these people. A kid like that makes me sick.
A circumvention of due process that advocates have challenged in court as unlawful, but which Trump officials have justified by calling the men a threat to the nation.
Our job is to send the terrorists out before anyone else gets raped or murdered.
You see, and that's what they do. We're not addressing the substance of the argument. That is that you can prove he's not what you say he is. You just go, well, they're rapists. You're trying to stop rapists? It's wild to me. It's almost so cartoonish that I can't believe we're not getting more pushback from even their supporters or the media. We know, at least I see it. There's so much more of a construction going on. This is a construct. This is working together. Otherwise, this would be, I mean, like I said from before, if you're arguing the Democrats, let's say, or the Democrat media are hell-bent on destroying Trump, my God, talk about an opening. And yes, they are calling it out to some degree, but not even remotely as what you should.
We found, through government documents and interviews with lawyers and families, that at least 3 of the men, including Aguelvis, had been carefully vetted to come to the U.S. under the Refugee Resettlement Program.
Legally.
A process for people fleeing war and persecution. My son, Sanguino says, is not a gang member or a terrorist. He's a soccer player and an aspiring engineer who looks after his younger brothers. His tattoos are references to his childhood, his grandmother's rose garden, and an owl that used to visit their home every night. The family's lawyers filed a habeas corpus.
Now, whether you believe that or not, is not up to you. That's where due process comes in for the judge to vet the evidence and decide.
This petition in federal court alleging violations of due process. But for now, Aguelvis has effectively disappeared. For more than 2 months, his mother has had no contact with him or received any information about his condition.
Yo como y siento culpa.
She feels guilty when she eats, she says, because she doesn't know if he's eating. How does this change your perception of the United States?
Totalmente.
Completely, she says. She thought the U.S. was a place where things happened according to the law.
All seems pretty damn clear to me. Right? I mean, it's just this kid disappeared forever. Based on that alone. Now, Pass the Mic says, good. Christopher Webb says, why good? Explain why you're so hateful to him. And she says, because if he truly wanted a better life, he would have come here legally. You see what we're dealing with? Now, for all we know, this is a bot, which wouldn't surprise me. Bye, Mom, MAGA, Maha, here for the hypocrisy. Yeah, you're damn right. But you see, the point is, the one thing you can understand there is that he came through the long-term vetting process, came to this country. And she goes, because he came here, if he wanted a better life, he should have come here legally, which he did. That's why. Because why are you so hateful to American citizens? What? James Sayre says, did you miss the part where he came here legally? And even if he had crossed the border illegally, that's a misdemeanor. Do you think being sent to a foreign prison with no chance of getting out is a reasonable punishment for a misdemeanor? Now, you're going to lose people on that because they've been so charged up on the idea these are all exactly what you want to think they are. Either way, it's the first part that he came here legally. So what are you talking about? When she goes, it's a felony when you get caught. And see, now that's what you gave her the out. You gave her the jump to the next thing. And he goes, yes, but that has nothing to do with this case. In any case, being sent to CCOT is a crazy punishment for simply crossing the border. Not if you're serious about national security. So you just moved on past the point that they were here legally. So you don't care that an innocent person is sent there because you're making a big statement of national security? God, that makes me sad. I really hope that's a bot. Judge ordered the Trump administration to allow attorneys access to Venezuelan man in Salvadorian prison. Now, this is an interesting development. Now, this is one of the people we're talking. This is the same Algaviz Sanguino. Here's what it says. Yesterday, the federal judge in Texas ordered the Trump administration Monday to facilitate contact between a Venezuelan man deported to El Salvador and his lawyers, giving the federal government until Wednesday afternoon. Now, it's interesting, by the way, they suddenly now know what facilitate means, right? Now, the point is they always knew, and they've always been playing games with these people's lives because, frankly, they know what they're doing, or at least they don't want to get held accountable for what they did. Facilitate clearly means what we know it means. And so what they're saying is you need to facilitate the contact between them. So if they do nothing, clearly that's a failure. They're defying the court orders, what they've already done many times. But what I think is interesting is clearly this is going to overlap with Garcia, and we're going to see how they push back on all of these. Right now, they've been given until tomorrow. But based on what they've done so far, they're probably going to ignore it or try to extend it or make up a new narrative. But it says the order by Judge Keith P. Ellison, which I forget if that's which pointee that is, but he says of the Southern District of Texas, gives the government 24 hours to confirm the location of the plaintiff, 24-year-old Venezuelan man, and 48 hours to, quote, restore and help maintain attorney-client communication with him. Yeah, I mean, think about the other hundreds that are there suffering, you know. But it says, quote, this shows that the court is as concerned as we are as to the whereabouts of this individual and the illegal justification for his continued detention, said the Houston lawyer representing him. And it says Trump administration is expected to appeal the order, which is what we thought, on the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. Now think, why? I mean, really take a second to think about this. The evidence is presented. You can see this is a kid that's not, they're just defending their choices, regardless of whether they know they're wrong or not. Like Garcia, they knew, they've even said they made the mistake, an error, but then they very quickly pretended they didn't, but they did. They said it, they reported it, it went to the court. And if you're going to appeal this, knowing that this kid is not a gang member, which everything proves that, all it shows you is that you're desperate to maintain what happened because you don't want to be held accountable, but it shows you what you're willing to do. You're willing to sacrifice this kid and all the rest to a torturous prison run by a gangster just because you don't want to be held accountable. It's disgusting. Algaviz initially traveled to the United States in September with his mother and two younger brothers as part of the U.S. refugee settlement program. Now, regardless of whether you think it's Biden's thing, or even though it's been there long before Biden, recognize that it's still legal, that they still went through the vetting process of the U.S. government and got allowed to come in the country. A process that involves extensive vetting and background checks. When they arrived at the airport in Houston, immigration agents detained him. Now, you have to realize this overlapped with the Trump administration. So, I mean, regardless, even if you don't care about that, the point is that they went through the process. They've proved in their own vetting that he was not an issue. And then they removed him anyway. Sanguino hired a lawyer to prove her son's innocence in immigration court. Now, here's what's crazy. So they arrest him. Okay, so he's arrested. No criminal record, not here illegally. He's arrested. She hires a lawyer to prove that he is here, what we just said, to prove it in immigration court where they thought it was going to go. But in only 2 weeks before the immigration court case was set to be resolved, I argue it would have been way faster than 2 weeks had it not been for the Supreme Court. But after 2 weeks, before they got a chance to argue, that would be due process, Algaviz and hundreds of other men from Venezuela were shipped with no warning or court hearings to El Salvador. So here's another example on top of the 50 we'll talk about next of a single kid who is not a criminal, who is provably here legally. They know it. It's in their own database, guys, which means they didn't even check this stuff before they sent him. They didn't even look. And now he's there. They rushed him off with no process. Attorneys for the men argued that their sudden deportations violated their due process rights. Yes, I hate that they have to say argued. It's not even. It's a fundamental fact that we all know. Is anybody in the United States get due process? Yes, we all know that. That's unequivocal. So did he get it? No. So it's not argue that he did it. We know he didn't get it, and we can prove that. That just frustrates me the way they frame it. An issue now at the center of legal challenges to return them to the United States to prevent further deportations, similar deportations, illegal, not just every deportation. They can still deport like they always have, which in many cases they still are. They're just trying to convince you that you're stopping deportations to trick you, to emotionally outrage you. Advocates and lawyers representing the men in CCOT have found that a majority of them had no criminal records. Easy to prove, guys. Many also did not violate any immigration laws when they came in the United States. No records, here legally, according to a recent analysis by the Cato Institute, which I've included. You can read through it. It's very well done. There's lots of detailed analysis, links for everything proving their lies. It's very clear. And the Cato Institute, they're respected. And it says, where were we? Yeah, and it says, often crossing the U.S.-Mexico border with appointments using the very CBP1 app. Like, think about that you make an appointment. You're using their app. You're vetting for weeks. You show up, and then they send your son to a prison for life. Just, I mean, I know I just can't believe it. Blows me away. But at least 3, including Algavez, came to the United States under the Refugee Settlement Program, according to their executive director of a nonprofit group assisting more than 100 families of deported Venezuelans. And that it says in a statement, the White House official said, in response to all that, DHS intelligence assessments go well beyond, this is Noem, by the way, DHS assessments go well beyond just gang-affiliated tattoos and social media. Not really, and we can prove that, but they're screaming the opposite. Tren de Aragua is one of the most violent, ruthless gangs, and that's what they do every time. They rape and maim and murder for sport. President Trump and Secretary Noem will not allow criminal... Oh, that's funny. I thought that was Noem. I guess not. Either way, let me have to give it a quote in a couple of tweets. Either way, the point is the U.S. government, the State Department, or that the White House is saying that it's more than that. Well, Leave It said the same thing, and they claimed that Garcia was a human trafficker, and then the evidence came out to prove that they were making that up, literally citing a traffic stop that ended with them giving a ticket and sending him home. And they because of the cited potential MS-13, it all goes back to those same 2 deportation hearings where they simply wrote down what the cop said, who was a cop that was fired for corruption, citing an anonymous source that probably didn't exist, that no one ever verified, that many judges have proven have now been simply hearsay. So it all comes back to him being there with a hat and being brown. I mean, it's literally where we are. And it continues to, it frustrates me. It really does. We just can't get past how simple this is. But basically the point, again, is that they're simply stating that we've got more than that. And as I said, like Leave It, they just cite what they're told, and they don't have more than that. And then going on to say, Tren de Aragua rapes and kills and murders and... Well, okay, if we're debating whether they are those things, then what relevance does that have to the conversation? Because they want to outrage you and then somehow make it out to be that we're defending rapists. It's wild. According to The Hill, rather specifically to the Cato Institute, at least 50 migrants sent to El Salvador prison entered the U.S. legally. They write it as 50 plus. Here's what it says. At least 50 Venezuelan men who were sent to a notorious Salvadorian prison by the Trump administration had immigrated to the U.S. legally, a review by the Libertarian Cato Institute found. The Monday report reviewed data for just a fraction of the men sent to the prison for whom immigration records are available. Think about that. Within just a sliver of them, they found 50. Quote, the government calls them all illegal aliens. I mean, so right there, when Noem calls them all rapists, like we can prove they're lying about that, or worse, they don't even know. And they are willing to cast them all as rapists and criminals. But of the 90 cases where the method of crossing is known, 50 of them, so that's just out of 90, guys, 50 of them, of the 50 men report that they came legally to the United States. Now, that's not just the reporting, by the way. That's what people keep trying to point at in the Twitter conversation. The reality is it goes well beyond that. Then it says, and with advanced U.S. government permission, at an official border crossing point, according to the Cato Institute, and you can read through this for yourself. The point is they've got the U.S. documentation, they've got the crossing point, they've got all the, and you can very easily prove that they did so, cross through the U.S. border crossings with legal representation, or the legal process, rather. And like we just showed you, very clearly, we have an example of someone that you went through the vetting process, had the app, all that's on the record. Like, that's what's so wild to me, that they have that database, and yet they're still pretending like they don't know, or maybe they never even checked. It says, quote, the proportion isn't what matters the most. The astounding absolute numbers are dozens of legal immigrants were stripped of their status and imprisoned in El Salvador. Now realize beyond this the 50 we're talking about, we already showed you there was many people that were just in the country who tweeted about Israel, who had like a traffic ticket from like 10 years ago where they revoked their visa. That is also happening. Now, it says the report takes issue with the Trump administration claims that it deported immigrants who had illegally entered the country, when in fact, 21 of the 50 we're talking about were allowed into the country after presenting at a port of entry. This is my point. This is all documented by the Cato Institute. And 24 were paroled into the country through something like the settlement program or something like that. They were released into the country. 4 came as refugees, and 1 initially came on a tourist visa. Think about that. Now it says, while the Trump team has accused several of the men of being involved with gangs, in many cases, that accusation appears to be largely based on tattoos. Several of those tattoos are nods to sport teams or personal meanings that not related to gang affiliation. In the case of one man, this is the barber, Andre Jose Hernandez Ramiro, the crown tattoos on his arm were a nod to the 3 Kings Day celebrations that the makeup artist's hometown in Venezuela is known for. Easily verifiable. Quote, at least 42 were labeled as gang members primarily based on their tattoos, which Venezuelan gangs do not use to identify members and are not reliable indicators of gang membership, wrote the Libertarian Cato Institute, according to many experts on the very conversation who know way more than Kristi Noem. And it says the records reviewed by Cato also countered administration claims that it was deporting criminals. Of the men who had illegally immigrated legally, quote, only 2 appear to have had a U.S. criminal conviction of any kind, both for minor drug offenses. So having a gram of marijuana in your pocket would be enough. Right? If we all, and my opinion, especially from Cato or Libertarian, the point is simply, as an adult, you have the right to do what you want with your own body. If we're going to start debating that that's somehow enough to get you sent to El Salvador, 75% of this country would be there, probably all of them. It's just wild to me what they're pretending makes sense. Legally here. And I really need to resonate with people because that's one of the even Kristi Noem pushes back in front of Congress. We're not sending people who are legally here. Yeah, you really are. And it kind of scares me that maybe they don't even know that. Joshua Reed Urkel kind of goes back on this same kind of thing. Him pointing out the 50 men came and saying, you only gave what, you're reporting what they said because he read one paragraph. It's not what it says. And he simply says there's no basis other than their own recording because they've not, and this is what he's responding to. It's simply not true though. What I'm saying is you can look at the Cato Institute and what they're saying is you have the evidence of them going through the crossing and checking through these crossings. My point though, or what the point of what he's saying here is the basis they have is they're reporting because they got no due process, which is also part of it, right? If there was the process, they would have been able to verify one way or the other, which nobody was afforded. But it says in further, this is the point that I agree with most, the article says that many of their accounts are corroborated by documents. That's the truth. The whole point of this article is to point out the due process needed to figure out the truth. That's the only point that I've been making from day one. No, I'm not trying to litigate every single example of who is a criminal or who's not. If they were afforded due process, whether criminal or not, that is their right, then we would know. And I really can't come to grips with the idea that we're in the United States and this is the argument from Americans right now, in some cases, that we shouldn't do what the Constitution says. Now, in the article, they discussed a couple different points, and I wanted to highlight these articles for you. This is the one about showing you that 75% of them show you they didn't have criminal records. This is all the names of the original people, or at least, the limited list, the ones we know who were sent to El Salvador. Just in case you want to continue to research, look at all the names, guys, and many of them are being proven to be innocent people. And the Cato Institute, you should read through, detailed. Now, here's Khalil, by the way. So Khalil, if you forgot, was here on a green card, which they all seem to not know, which is really embarrassing for them. And no criminal record, no evidence of any kind of anything other than protesting against Israel. All the claims of trapping people in libraries, even that was a false claim. Whoever was involved, he wasn't involved with that. But whoever was involved, they did not trap anybody. That was a lie that I personally broke down like as fake, like a lot of us did. Or the claims of just harassing Jewish people or threatening this and that. The point is, as Glenn Greenwald and plenty of others have extensively broke down, there is zero evidence, and they went to court and did not present a damn thing. They don't have evidence of it, and that's what they basically laughed at. And so here is an example of this. New footage of Khalil's arrest shows Trump admin is lying. First, they said they had a warrant. We know they did not. That's proven, which is just so important to understand how crazy that is. And then they lied about it because they knew that they needed to lie about it. Then they admitted they didn't, saying that they didn't need one, but then why'd they pretend that they did? It's just so embarrassing. This, again, I can't stop seeing how obviously this feels like the same kind of Zionist propaganda we've come accustomed to over the last year. Just clumsy, reactive, constantly lying. We take this one. How about that one? How about I give you 3 possible choices and you can pick what you like best? And it says, because he wasn't cooperating and was going to flee. So they said they chose not to do it. But how could you know that? How could you choose not to give him a warrant because he was not cooperating? That's the dumbest. You don't know he's not cooperating until you get there. And the point was, he was cooperating and he wasn't going to flee. And it says the video shows that's not true either. And here's the video that proves they were lying. Look at this. This is where they arrested him, guys. He's literally laughing with them. He takes his coat down. This is the example that they're claiming of when they arrested him, that gave him the indication that he was he was going to flee and it's a criminal. They will lie about everything. This is from the day he got arrested. As he says, take a look. Even this short clip is remarkable. The Trump administration claimed they didn't need a warrant to arrest him because he wasn't cooperating and was going to flee. They even called him a flight risk. Who are you going to believe, the government or your lying eyes? Wow. And on top of that, Rubio recently argued, after everything we've shown you, that Garcia, the reason they don't want to bring him back, despite the fact that they first were like, we won't, and then we can, but we don't want to, or no, now it's El Salvador, we can't do it, it's up to him. Like, again, every other day, there's a new kind of contortion of the argument and hoping you take that one. Very Zionist of you. But now, significant harm to national security if info about Garcia case released. So we can't let him back. We can't release the information about anything because, well, it's insignificant national security. Well, you know what that is? That's the last desperate effort. Well, we can't release what we have on him, which is nothing, because it would violate national security. Okay. Well, seeing as how there's literally no evidence and everything you keep putting forward is being broken down and being laughed at because you guys are such bad liars about this, the best you can do is go, well, you can't know. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? Because they're lying to you guys. And now there's another person who, put it the simplest way, every single thing they've tried to claim has been proven to be false. And he's going to stay there because, well, national security. Yep. That's how it goes. Your government is a criminal organization. And I'll include this for you going through the actual court documents, all listed first, right there. Every single one of them, proving every single thing we're discussing in here, which is that they lied. The title is The Unprecedented Gaslighting and Lies Around Diego Garcia and Israel. That's the second part, Israel's new government appointments. Really? Oh, the point, by the way, for the podcast, the title is Israel's new U.S. government appointments. But gaslighting and lies around Garcia is insane, and they're not stopping. Now, Bukele, who is part of this back and forth, Melnick is reporting as of the 19th, the Bukele administration just arrested the head of an anti-corruption unit at the prominent nonprofit organization, prominent nonprofit organization, and is refusing to disclose where they took her. Welcome to the democracy that is El Salvador, right? Or the cool dictator, whatever they want to call is going on over there. The point is, of course, they're going to pretend this is a, either a Democrat thing or a deep state thing, whatever. All they really did was arrest a leader of a nonprofit that was trying to investigate their corruption. And this is what it looks like to exist in a place like that. So get ready for that, United States. It says Ruth is likely the victim of short-term enforced disappearance. As of now, neither her family nor the legal team have been able to confirm her whereabouts. Probably in CCOT for all we know. No, never be heard from again. And the democracy-loving freedom country that is currently the United States will completely be okay with that. Now, here is somebody who is apparently possibly going to be the Attorney General, Mike Davis. On Truth Social, he says, Trump says, trendy Iraqi members are foreign terrorists. And then just goes wealthy white Democrats, as if that's just, funny. That's my point, is like whatever these idiots in Congress are saying is somehow representative of all it's what they want you to think. Every Democrat around the one next to you and living in your neighbor. This is what they're arguing. No, they're not. They're Maryland fathers. Okay. So we have one example of a Maryland father, Garcia. That's the Garcia point. And every single thing they presented has been put. I know there are people out there that will continue to scream that you're wrong. But if you look at the court documents, at the evidence they present, it's embarrassing what they're pushing. And they keep screaming human trafficking and whatever else. And that's not even presented in the court documents. They're desperate. But so the best they can do with this kind of argument is to say, Trende Ragwa are foreign terrorists. And their response is, they're all Maryland fathers. I don't think anybody is saying that. It's embarrassing. But see, I don't think you could pretend that he's not trying to make this real, but that's still the framing. This is what they're saying. Or Trump says this, that's what they're saying. And then he goes, let them stay in your neighborhoods. And then white Democrats say, how dare you threaten us with terrorists? And so they're terrorists now? I mean, can we laugh at how stupid this is? Like, you're going to make some fake conversation that does not even remotely encapsulate the opinion. Nobody is saying this. Nobody, not even the dumbest Democrats. It's childishly stupid. You're making a cartoonish version of an already cartoonish thing. And that's what they do. That's how broken this has gotten. So that's like pretending every Republican in a red hat is a Nazi terrorist, whatever. That's the game they're playing, and they seem to absorb it when they want to. That is insane, especially since the Maryland father is the one example of the most prominent where you can prove they're lying. And that's what you get. Now, the reason I bring him up is because Trump shared this tweet. Or rather, Truth on Truth Social. He says, the Supreme Court still has an illegal injunction on the President of the United States. It's not illegal, by the way, preventing him from commanding military operations to expel these foreign terrorists. So what the court did was push back on the illegality of it, and that has to be flushed out in the court system, which is the only way this check and balance system works. People like this are either too dumb to know that or too desperate to create the very thing that this country's trying to stop as the people. We don't want your authoritarian dictatorship, even if we already have it. The point is it's not an illegal anything. They simply ruled that him doing this is not allowed. And that's his commanding his military operation. So now we're talking about a military operation expelling terrorists because that's the only way this is, even that legal construct is not accurate, but the only way they can pretend it makes sense. That it's Venezuela and a military operation of an invasion of this country, but at the same time, somehow it was because Biden let them in intermittently over time. But both those two things are supposed to be the same thing, and they make sense. So shut up. The president should house these terrorists, he says, near the Chevy Chase Country Club with daytime release. That's what he said. So as I said before, this game where they're like using human lives like Martha's Vineyard and pretending like anybody that does that's disgusting left or right. And he's literally, even whether joking or not, floating the idea of putting these people in or near Chevy Chase Country Club, calling them terrorists, even though we can see that the vast majority of the ones they're pointing to are simply people that are brown, that they don't like. John Favreau says, the president's reposts a suggestion from an advisor that he released terrorists near homes of Supreme Court justices, quotes terrorists, who've merely ruled that the government can't send people to foreign gulag without due process. That's their actual point. Again, he says, an illegal injunction on this operation when do you not care about the Constitution, Mike Davis? Pretty sure that's not good for in general. I think it's already beyond that. But the point is that these people are the actual people that are fighting the actual American conversation. This is what being against America first actually looks like. Here's the Daily Beast. Trump shares unhinged plan to release terrorists on justices' doorsteps. So what we're talking about is the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court rules against what he wants to do, and he likes the idea of releasing terrorists on their front door. You just can't stop seeing how ridiculous this gets, and it's not because of the courts. These people are childish. And that's not to say that there's not political motivation or these court justices can't be stupid in the same way. Right now, it's very clear what's happening, in my opinion. Donald Trump is raging against the Supreme Court. This is a conservative platform, by the way, after it temporarily blocked his administration from using a centuries-old wartime law to fast-track migrant deportations. On Saturday, the president, and by the way, the final ruling was only that they have to give them enough time, and then backed up the original ruling was that they were required to give them due process. It's amazing the pushback on allowing people to go through the Constitutionally Protected Act. Why? Because they don't have the evidence to prove, which we're now showing you. So it all makes sense when you back up and look at it and stop blindly supporting something that you don't understand. On Saturday, the president ramped up his attacks on highlighting a plan to remove terrorists near justices' homes. The president should release what Mike just said near the Chevy Chase Country Club. Now it says Davis, a MAGA loyalist and contender for attorney general, continued, quote, the Supreme Court still has an illegal injunction on the president of the United States preventing him from commanding military operations to expel these foreign terrorists. Which I'm pretty sure that you arguing that the president is commanding a military operation within the United States is a problem, right? But that's not what's happening. I mean, kind of, even though we know that Operation Warp Speed was the same thing. Aren't these kind of an overlap, whether like Posse Comitatus or, you know, think about that for a second. Like, that's wild. I mean, I don't think we would be okay if we were talking about the government or the president operating a military operation from within the United States for any reason. But it says the Maryland Country Club reference reportedly counts Chief Justice John Roberts and Associate Brett Kavanaugh among its members. You know, so conservatives. Davis jumped on the rebuttal, replying yes to Favreau and suggesting migrants be sent to wealthy white liberal enclaves like Chevy Chase, Martha's Vineyard. Then let's see how much due process they want. It just shows you how dumb these people are. Just so it's clear, whether they believe it or not, what they're claiming is that's what they want, is due process for these people. And even the people they sent to Martha's Vineyard that last time, they made this big thing about it, most all of them were given process or ended up, some of them went back and stayed in Martha's Vineyard. And so it's not making your point for you when your argument is they're as bad as we are. Like, I don't know why they think that argument works today. Well, they did it, so we can do it. Like, you guys are in kindergarten, and I think that's the problem today. But overall, see how much due process. Aren't you supposed to be arguing that you gave them due process? Now you're making the case that they didn't, and that's why, I mean, they can't stop exposing themselves. Again, very Zionist of you. But overall, I don't care what side's doing what. The reality is what the Constitution says, and what you guys are all doing is challenging that. And they don't care. How is that America first? And in a larger point, anyone that is using human lives like a bunch of pieces on a game board should be called out for that. Now, yes, he's only floating it and probably just trolling. But either way, it says the Supreme Court ruling that has set Trump off on Friday was the final one we just talked about, the 7-2 decision to continue its temporary block on deportations attempted under the Alien Enemies Act. The court found that his administration had violated due process by giving migrants I don't agree with the way they framed that, but violated due process by giving migrants just 24-hour notice before being sent packing and providing them with insufficient information to mount a defense. I personally see that as a conflation of the two things. So this recent ruling was basically saying 24 hours is not enough, and they needed to find this better, but then made a clear statement. We read it on the show by saying that we're upholding the original ruling, which is that they required to give due process. Due process is not just about giving them enough time. It's about being able to present your evidence in contrary. If you want to, you could say no, but to be able to say, I'm an American citizen, or I have a green card and here's my evidence. That's what it is. Now it says, where were we? Oh yeah. And saying it quote, does not pass muster, the justice wrote, and says the Supreme Court won't allow us to get criminals out of the country, is what Trump said. You see the game? You mean aside from the 50 people that were just proven to be here legally with no criminal record, or anybody else we've talked about that you can prove both those things apply to, but they won't allow us to get criminals out. No, you can still do that, Trump, and you don't need the Alien Enemies Act. You can go through the same process you always have and do it right now. But you see, they don't want that because the process is what they're avoiding, guys. And it's not because it's going to take a long time, even though it will. Too bad. That's it's just like anybody out there saying we should ignore what's right because it's easier is the wrong person. Or the same person saying, it's like with the COVID point we said before. There's no asterisk next to shall not be infringed except in a pandemic or when there's immigration problems. Not how it works, guys, as much as it may be tough. Bottom line, though, is you can see that they're abusing this because they are not giving people that, and they are sending people who are innocent to foreign countries. One man, Brayo Garcia, was deported to El Salvador despite a court order preventing it, prompting the U.S. District Court of Washington, D.C. to demand his return, something the Trump team has so far ignored. Now, last couple points on this segment, and we'll finish with some points on Israel and starvation. You might have seen this. We already talked about this. This is the archive tweet because the guy already deleted it because clearly it was causing problems for him. His tweets are, or at least it was, let's see, they were locked. Let's see. Oh, the tweet's gone. Let's see. He deleted that. And yep, his tweets are still protected. So there's a reason for that, right? So here is what he said. This is one of the Afrikaners, for those listening to the podcast, one of the Afrikaners that Donald Trump just gave fast-tracked citizenship for. That you paid for that, giving them groceries and phones, even though one kid was walking in with a VR headset and they're all looking like they came out of the Gap, right? And meanwhile, stopping all the other people that were giving protection, like from the Afghanis that were giving insight to the Americans, or now they've left to hang high and dry with the Taliban, who are probably going to kill them because of it. But that's okay. You know, none of that matters. I'm not saying anything should be demanded and enforced. American people can decide. What I think is interesting is the hypocrisy of the government, whatever we all decide, which is that they're claiming that we're going to search social media for people who have visas that are saying bad things about Israel, anti-Semitism, and we're going to get rid of them, which was the reason we first discussed this. And here's what this guy says on his own social media account, April 15, 2023. Jews are untrustworthy and a dangerous group. They are not God's chosen light to believe they are. And he goes on. Plenty more in his account you can see. Nope, he has the right to say whatever he wants. Maybe you agree with him. The point's up for you to decide. He can say what he wants. I'll say that's disgusting because I don't think you should say Jews are one thing. That's like saying Christians are one thing or Muslims are one thing. That's gross and you're a bad person. Bottom line, he can say it. I can say that. That's free speech. That's how it works. And that's why it's a problem for them to say they're going to remove anything based on their speech. And we all used to agree with that. I simply said, amazing that there are PhD students, Ozturk, here legally, Ozturk, with no criminal record, who are being arrested and or deported, that's Ozturk and then Khalil in the overlap, due to legitimate criticism of Israel. Meanwhile, here's a tweet from one of the Afrikaners Trump recently allowed to settle in the United States. It's such a wild, hypocritical stance. Of course, people down here said the only PhD candidates that were deported lied on their visas. Nope, that's not true. And I said, no, try again. And if you think so, please feel free to provide the evidence. I'll wait and then block me because that's what you do when you're proven wrong. You block somebody, right? I guess in the partisan world. But the bottom line is, no, she didn't lie. And now she's been released because all the evidence has come out and all they had was the fact that she wrote an op-ed that was correct, by the way, about Israel's genocide or whatever you think about it. It's not enough to deport somebody with a valid visa or anybody for that matter. The point is these people are trying to remove people who are here legally or an American citizen. The principle's the same because they call out Israel. I just think that's important to understand. And meanwhile, while they're letting in specific people that clearly are not in the same, like basically the hypocrisy of letting in these people who are clearly with I'm trying to be sensitive about it, honestly, and I'm not trying to do because I'm afraid what people will say. Like, it's important to me that we're honest about this, that people who are suffering racially motivated violence anywhere, it's not something we should diminish. And we can prove that there is racially motivated violence that has happened against the white South African colonists that have colonized that area. That is true, and that shouldn't be diminished. But the point is there's an obvious long-term South apartheid history involved with Israel that has changed a lot of that. There's also a whole lot of lies going on about that topic from people like Elon Musk and Grok, which they've even altered Grok to lie about it. They're making up a lot of what this, and on top of that, it doesn't in any way, not even remotely, reach the level of genocide based on the metrics that they then argue is not being met in Gaza. So if you're going to pretend it's not being met over there, how in the world? It's crazy the lies going around it. Now, all that to say, the point is that what they were seeing when they came in, wearing, looking like they were in clothes they got at the mall, kid wearing a VR set, walking in with all sorts of stuff, and then denying people that are literally starving to death. It just seems insane and very clearly politically or racially motivated. So my point is, while that's happening, here's something else going on. While they're denying people everywhere else or claiming they're going to ship off Gazans to Libya, which is currently run by warlords, El Chapo's family enters the U.S. as part of a negotiating plea deal of drug lord's son. Now, I'm not going to pretend like this is part of an agreement, right? About trying to investigate, or at least we're being told. Quite frankly, I'm coming at this face value, but I think we understand, at least I do, that there's a very clear overlap with the U.S. government, with the cartels, with Israel. It's very easy to look up. And it's like every day, if you haven't understood by now, these people are pretty much intertwined with all the worst things in the world, maybe you start paying attention more. But my point is, aside from all that, whether this is obviously more than it looks like, is to take this at face value for the main point, which is You're making a deal with these people, which allows their 17 family members to come to the country. So we're over here criticizing and debating about illegal aliens and the criminality they bring. You're letting in family members of a drug cartel, whether with a deal or not for the benefit of arresting them. It just seems wild to me. Mexico says 17 relatives traveled for Ovidio Guzman, who was extradited to the United States in 2023 to face narcotics charges. Now, I think I'm just going to rapidly go through this since we're already pretty long today. I didn't want to go 4 hours. I want to finish with Israel. The bottom line point is you can read through this. They're making an agreement with the FBI in order to investigate. But in the process, 17 relatives are coming along. And it makes it clear that they're not sure whether it's going to be citizenship or visas or what. And there's one person from Mexico that's claiming that, but it can't be verified. It's all in here. I just think it's wild to me that we're criticizing, or rather more specifically, sending innocent people to prisons who were here legally while allowing these people to come in the country, whether for a deal or not. Just insulting. And then Aaron Melnick simply points out that the reconciliation bill that we're talking about would make ICE the highest funded federal law enforcement component in the history of the United States. Don't you see what's happening here? This is the new thing. This is the new enforcement element of whatever's going on. Bigger than the FBI, and with a larger budget for detention than the entire Federal Bureau of Prisons. Think about that. How does that possibly make sense? He says ICE's current detention funding is $3.4 billion a year. To house 41,500 daily, Trump has pulled funding from elsewhere to get current population up to 49,000. The reconciliation bill would give another $9 billion, making it $12.4 billion. Sure, cutting those costs, right? My God. Some people probably agree with that. I think that's insane. And this person rightly points out, in regard to the same point about the bill and making ICE some kind of like Gestapo, she says, kind of like the massive propaganda campaign in the Operation Warp Speed bill. And I said, yep, which Trump rolled out as well. You need to think about these things all in one, guys. When you combine these different elements, that's when you start to see the real picture of what's being built. Now, it's important that we don't miss, in my opinion, a huge element to why a lot of distraction is happening, why a lot of the actions are being committed through your government for foreign government. All of this stuff interconnects. Now, you might have heard about accusations of the ICC chief prosecutor. Now, whether he actually committed sexually, assault on somebody or not, which wouldn't surprise me, I find the timing very interesting that right when this comes to a head, he gets accused of some sexual crime, but doesn't seem to be stopping. This is what I found most interesting is apparently after that didn't have an effect, the U.S. government sanctions him, gets his bank account shut down. Microsoft literally shuts down his email account. Because why? Because he's charging Israel with a genocide they're committing. And the U.S. government is pulling out its technocratic strings, guys. This is insanely obvious. It's what we're all talking about. He's being depersoned right in front of us. The bank accounts, his email accounts. It says, Mary Kostelitis says, good grief, this is insane. The U.S. is determined to destroy international legal infrastructure to shield a genocidal state. Here's WikiLeaks. It says, U.S. sanctions hit ICC chief prosecutor, email blocked, bank accounts frozen, 900 staff banned from U.S. entry. That was on the 18th. I mean, guys, this is what's even crazier about this is apparently this actually ends up overlapping with American citizens who are being told they might not want to return because they might go to jail. So it's really America first, right? We'll get to that in a second. ICC chief prosecutor Khan was placed under U.S. sanctions by the Trump administration as part of an effort to coerce the court into halting investigations of Israeli abuses. That's WikiLeaks. His official Microsoft email account has been disabled. I find it to be one of the craziest parts of this. And his UK bank account was frozen. I mean, really, we've seen bank accounts shut down for the trucker convoys, which is crazy. But seeing his email account yanked, that just seems wild. I mean, I think the bank account's more severe, but I just think that's a crazy step. Yet and for Microsoft, I don't know. I really do think that's a really important thing to highlight. They just pulled his email account. And says additionally, all 900 of the staff at the ICC have been banned from entering the United States, accused of pursuing illegitimate investigations into alleged war crimes committed by Israel. The staff who are just following the direction of the person in charge. And it says the U.S. government has threatened. You know what I think that is? Because they have information, because they've seen and they've proven. Can't have that. The U.S. government has threatened that any individual organization providing Khan with financial, material, or technological assistance could face fines or imprisonment. Okay, the U.S. government is threatening everyone in the world that if you work with the International Criminal Court, that we'll go after you. I mean, guys, this is not new. You've seen Pompeo in the past, or Bolton, threaten them and threaten their families if they go after Israel, the United States. It's not new, but it's crazy to see where we are today with how this has gone, with an ongoing genocide, and that Trump's administration is seemingly pushing all the boundaries. Now, it says 2 U.S.-based human rights organizations have confirmed they've ended cooperation with the ICC. Right? And that's whether they want to or not, it's because they think they know the threats of the U.S. aren't idle. These people will burn their grandmother's house down if they think it'll help their agenda. And it says, one senior official noted that staff are now actively avoiding communication with court officials, citing fear of government retaliation, which is what they're really going for. When Leave It threatens to arrest Supreme Court judges, or when they do this, or even the attacks on any of this stuff, they do it because they're trying to chill everybody else. They're trying to set that mindset. Don't do it, or we'll come after you, legal or not. And they damn well know it. So here is LBC saying British ICC chief prosecutor lost access to email and bank accounts frozen after Trump sanctions on the top court. So just wanted to highlight this for you. And if you can, I forget if I grabbed it. Yeah, I did that too, in case you don't believe these 2 articles, which you shouldn't, but the evidence is out there. It's all very verifiable for you. Trump imposed strict sanctions on the ICC, the highest criminal court in the world, after a panel of judges issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and Gallant. Since Trump's sanctions, the court's staff, including top judges, have suffered severe restrictions on their work and personal lives. Hurdles facing court staff include Hague-based courts, American staffers. Say that again. The sanctions the Trump administration have levied against these people, where they're not allowed, they're basically threatening if they come to the United States, they're going to be arrested, includes the American staffers that are part of the ICC. You really want to work that out for me? And you want to tell me how that's about anything but Israel? When it's Americans that are being accused and threatened? They're being told that if they travel to the U.S., they risk arrest, according to interviews with current and former ICC officials, international lawyers, and human rights advocates. America first, huh? Threatening Americans because they investigate Israel? Yeah, guys, that shouldn't be shocking with where we are right now. And it says American staffers at the organization have been warned by its lawyers that they risk arrest if they return home to visit family. According to ICC officials, 6 senior officials have left the court over concerns about sanctions, which is probably what they wanted. Microsoft, for example, canceled Mr. Khan's email address, forcing the prosecutor to move to Proton Mail. Should have done that a long time ago. His bank accounts in the UK have been blocked. So does that mean they stole his money? Most likely. This is insane, like way, way, way over the top. They have chosen their side, guys. And this says, I just wanted to look this up to see. Basically, it says, I said, is it true that the American side of it? And they say, yes, it is. Grok says, yes, it is true that American staffers at the ICC have been warned that if they risk arrest if they travel to the United States. You know, so I find that to be wild. I just would love to hear from all the America Firsters out there how it makes sense that Americans are being threatened with arrest because they investigated Israel for their job. Now, Mel points out in regard to the starvation point, which is what we're going to end with here. So in regard to all of this has been going on, one of the things that is being ignored incredibly is not just the ongoing genocide, but the fact that the starvation has become like a matter of policy. And they're like arguing about what they're allowed to. And that was debated. For the longest time, it was fake news. I mean, remember, Elon Levy literally said it was a fake story, like a propaganda hoax about this famine. You know, on all these platforms that say they'll censor you if you call anything a hoax that's a big event. And here we are. And, you know, it's so embarrassingly double standards and hypocrisy everywhere. The point is, now they're openly admitting it, which we always knew was happening. But Mel says, this is on the 19th, they're trying to generate a riot, which is now they're saying they're going to confirm 5 trucks. That's they're caving to 5 trucks. When, as you know, since you watched this show, before October 7th, they were already dramatically food insecure, according to every group. And 500 trucks a day, including fuel, 500 were coming in every day. 500. And they were barely maintaining that food insecurity that they already had because of what Israel's low caloric, they made a point to say we were bare minimum. That's what they were doing. So now they're saying, okay, 5 trucks. As if that somehow as they said, as the UNA chief says, a drop in the ocean. So Mel makes a great point. They're trying to generate a riot. You have people that are literally starving to death. You have people that have children that are starving in their arms. Every day I see a new disgusting picture of a child starving in Gaza. And if you roll in a bunch of food and they know it's not enough to go around, I mean, it's almost like they want to try to present them as animals, even though you have people that are, I mean, look, if you were in that position and your little daughter was literally starving to death, wouldn't you do whatever you could to get something to make sure she didn't die that day? I mean, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but what I'm saying is if it ends up becoming people fighting over this stuff, it's exactly what they manufactured by doing this, because people are absolutely desperate. And she goes, they know that that's exactly what's bound to happen by sending just 5 trucks to feed over 1.8 million people, which I find it hard to believe that's how many are there, who haven't been fed in 75 days, or rather no aid. There is no bottom for these sick, twisted people. Now, today, the UN says no aid has reached the Palestinians. 2 days after the supposed new supplies began. So this is the frustrating part. Not only are they admitting that they haven't done it, now they're okay, fine, we'll give you some, and they still don't. I mean, it's so gross. It's so dark. It really needs to reflect for anybody watching what not just they are, but everybody else who is a part of it, who is allowing it, who is funding it, who knows what this is. Now, Sarah Wilkinson points out another element of this, that even the ones they were pretending, like, so they, 5 trucks. Okay, well, guess what? They were shrouds. They literally were shrouds, like clothing, not flour, not food. They look like flour bags, but nope, they're clothes, which does not classify as aid, and they damn well know it. 9 lorries of burial clothes. They're making a statement, guys. They're literally sending them death shrouds while they're starving to death and acting like that. This is how sinister this really is. They know what they're doing. They're doing it publicly. They're doing it so you can see it, and then nobody cares. Trump gives them another check. Or Biden. It's not unique to partisanship. Now, this is yesterday. Netanyahu says minimal aid will go into Gaza to preserve U.S. support. And then he still didn't do it. But even then, he's admitting to you what they keep lying about, which is that they've withheld aid for, 75 days, guys. People are dying every moment that they're not doing this. On top of the bombings and the rape and the torture and everything else that we've proven is going on in there. Now, this was 8 hours ago. The UN says 100 trucks have been approved. So they're playing games here. 5, and then they don't spend it. And they get called out and they go, okay, fine, we'll send, they approve 100 trucks. Remember, that's 1/5 of what one day was before all this. And then they still don't do anything. So this is later in the day. No aid has been distributed. That's not because it's Hamas is taking it. It's because they're not letting aid through. Either they're not sending it or they're holding it up on the way. It's been proven 75 ways over. Even Israelis are calling it out. So Glenn says, one bizarre aspect of U.S. discourse on Gaza is Israel admits they intend to starve Gaza. This is what's so confounding to people like us. And destroy it all. They admit to starving Gaza and destroy it all so that residents are either forced to flee or live in small concentrated camps paid for by U.S. workers. Yet, Israel's U.S. loyalists angrily deny those are their goals. But they just said it. They're proudly saying it over here, right? I'm blanking on her name, the dark-haired girl that is just called the children monsters or whatever. She's one of the worst people in the Knesset. Just stood up in the Knesset and said, of course we have to keep starving them. How else are we going to be able to manipulate Palestinians to be conformants for us? That's what she effing said. Right in front of everybody. The clip was circulated on Twitter. I just can't stop lying about this. Smotrich, it says, we're destroying Gaza. Netanyahu Smotrich rushed to soothe rights fears. That's Haaretz. Netanyahu says he will allow minimal aid. We just showed you that. While Israel plans to take all of Gaza, he had to prevent mass starvation there for practical diplomatic reasons. That's insane. Times of Israel. Defense minister announces complete siege of Gaza. No power, food or fuel. 2023. We already know this, though. It's not new. Jeremy Scahill says Netanyahu says Israel will allow some aid into Gaza. This was yesterday because controversy over starvation campaign is hindering implement of the final solution. Quote, we're going to take control of all of Gaza. And to do this, we need to do it in a way that they won't stop us. That's what he literally said out loud. Smotrich endorsed Netanyahu's temporary aid gimmick, saying it will allow the U.S. and other Israeli allies, quote, to continue to provide us with an international umbrella of protection against the Security Council and the Hague Tribunal, and for us to continue to fight until victory. Do you realize these are public statements? And yet you get all of the idiot people in Partisanville blindly supporting this, largely on the right at this point, acting like that's not true. There are plenty of them on the left too, guys, who just can't see beyond the partisan lies, or because they know and don't care, which frankly is a much larger part of this than you realize. That's insane to me. I can't believe that. If you look at this. So he literally posts what they're saying, right? This is how this guy responds to what he said. I love it when anti-Semites cry this hard. Here's it with Trump picture and everything. He's probably a Zionist bot. They're really pushing the American thing right now. Glenn says, screaming racist at anyone who criticizes your sacred foreign country doesn't work anymore. Nobody gives an SHIT. And as we're seeing so often in other contexts, cynically overusing the accusation fully dilutes the sting of it when it actually is needed. Funny, just ripped them apart. They don't care. Because at the end of the day, they want this country to fall apart, in my opinion. But here is Smotrich again saying, really just, I'm going to wrap it up because we're super long, but everything we're talking about. Quote, we are annihilating everything that remains in the strip. That's what he just said out loud. We're going to starve them. Everything you just heard. Everything you've known for a year plus. Smotrich never shies away from it. That's what we just read to you. So the world does not stop us and accuse us of war crimes. What they're doing. Insane this is. So, and then he gives a public presentation about it. So Abby Martin says, and really quotes him again, we are dismantling Gaza, leaving it in ruins with unprecedented destruction, and the world still hasn't stopped us. That's what Smotrich just proudly declared. She says the most openly stated, televised, and planned out genocide in history, while bragging about their impunity to do so. Now, you have to understand, if there is any feeling from the U.S. government that they're just supporting this because they have to or because they need the association and they don't believe in the radical Zionist direction, which I know is a part of the government, but the ones that don't, how do you not freak out about this? That the whole game is to not make that clear, is to lie about it and then pretend like we're doing the right thing. But you get these clowns like Smotrich to stand up and go, we're murdering everybody. Okay, well then the U.S. government's like, damn it, shut up. Like, unless they want that, which I find hard to believe because it ruins the game. I can't, you have to realize that this is so damn obvious and that they are trying to convince you that they're helping people while everyone involved inside of Israel can't stop letting the cat out of the bag every single day. And here's another example, by the way. This was an Israeli article, the deal of his life, the reward Smotrich received from Netanyahu in exchange for aid entering Gaza. So see, Netanyahu had to convince his radicals, even though they're all radical, he's one of the more radical, to allow this because he would radicalize all of his settlers to freak out and do everything they want, was by saying, we'll give you West Bank territory. Smotrich is quietly getting 22 new illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank. Why? For allowing simply 5 aid trucks, which, by the way, seem to have not come through. So it doesn't matter anyway. They get their cake and they eat it too. Or however you'd make that statement make sense. They get everything and you get nothing at all every single time. And here's the link, Israeli article. You can read it for yourself. Here's what Netanyahu had to say. By asking Israel to end a defensive war. You realize this is May 19th, 2025. When's the last time we saw anything but Israel murdering people in Gaza? About a year ago. And on top of that, more than half of the ones that they killed that first day, well, since October 7th, were killed by Israel. Like, that's not for debate anymore. Gallant made it public. They've admitted it 40 times over. The Hannibal Directive was ordered. They killed their own people, guys. It's about as obvious as everything else we're talking about. I shouldn't even need to qualify it anymore. It's public. But the point is, by asking Israel to end a defensive war for our survival before Hamas terrorists on our border, you mean the Hamas that you funded until October 7th? Yeah, all this craziness on our border are destroyed. And by demanding a Palestinian state, the leaders in London, Ottawa, Paris are offering a huge prize for the genocidal attack on Israel on October 7th. It has nothing to do with the group you funded, Netanyahu. It has to do with Palestinians who have the right to be there. We see they don't care about this argument, even though it's the reality, even though it's illegal. And what's interesting is that London, Ottawa, and Paris are suddenly caring, despite blindly supporting it up until now. So it makes me wonder that this is not more of a ploy in some way. But it says the war began on October 7th. Hardly. I mean, see, these are the lies that nobody believes. Even the Zionists know it's a lie. When Palestinian terrorists stormed our borders, murdered 1,200. See, even they know 1,200 is not even the actual number. It's less than that. And more than half of them were killed by IDF. And guess what? They weren't all innocent people. Most of them were IDF members. Because most of them are anyway. But it's crazy. They keep screaming these false narratives. They keep talking about babies and all the same things that we know aren't true. And innocents into the dungeons of Gaza, except that they all came back well-fed, healthy, and told them that they were taking them shopping and completely okay. And then everyone that comes back from Israel is emaciated, limbs missing. But no, those are the wonderful democracy locations. Israel accepts President Trump's vision, he says, and urges all European leaders to do the same. Interesting how now Trump and the U.S., America first, is the only one blindly supporting the ongoing genocide, at least currently as they present it. I think all of these governments support what's happening. I think what we're seeing from London and the rest are efforts to try to win back some level of support because everyone in the world sees what's going on in Gaza. And he says the war can end tomorrow if the remaining hostages are released. Hamas lays down its arms. See, that's the part they have to include. Its murderous leaders are exiled and Gaza is demilitarized. Funny how it went from release the hostages and the war, right? That was never the case. As even they said in the beginning, no, we have to defeat Hamas first. The hostages are secondary. As I'll always include, because it seems like nobody wants to believe that they ever said that. And this is, what is it? CBC? Defeating Hamas is priority. Everything else is secondary, quoting Israel. It's in the video. You can look for yourself. There's many reports on it. We covered it real time as it was happening. He goes on to say, no action could be expected to accept anything less than Israel certainly won't. This is what a civilization over barbarism. Israel will continue to defend itself. How can you even, well, he's lying about everything else. I mean, what else is he going to do? The guy's desperate. Defend yourself? Are we still pretending that's the case? Here's what Blakely said, defensive war, and then highlights, this is just on the 7th. Israel killed over 100 people in Gaza today. This is what U.S.-made weapons did to people eating at a restaurant and shopping at a crowded Gaza City market. I don't want to play it. It's graphic and disgusting. It happens every single day in Gaza, has been for years. And then this same post. Here's how Torah Jews respond to Netanyahu. You never cared for Jewish lives, nor did any of your Zionist cohorts. Your sole objective is to exploit Judaism and the Jewish people to further the egocentric agendas of Zionism with such saviors who needs enemies. That's an Orthodox Jewish organization with pretty big following. Oh, that's 56,000. There's other ones with hundreds of thousands of followers. I think that's Torah Judaism is one of them as well. There's Jewish organizations all over the world calling these people out, guys. Time to get on board. But of course, Israel will take control of all of Gaza is where this is going. Now, lastly, I worried about this at the beginning. Not that I don't fully understand where they're coming from with this, because it's just, I don't know how, I mean, what else can we do at this point is what it feels like. And I'll explain this in a second. But for the podcast, this guy is presenting this, calling for military support to end the genocide. Now, again, I get it. But I'm really worried about this. Let me be clear. I don't think for a second, I mean, who knows, but I don't think for a second these people are trying to do this for nefarious reasons. I think they're genuinely doing this because they want the genocide to stop. And so do I. But remember we said at the very beginning, I was truly worried that this might become the argument, like that they would make it so bad that they would then rationalize like military invasion occupation to stop what they started, sort of like the deportation or the immigration, shift into Libya point. I mean, they started it. You can't doing that is manufacturing consent for your own thing. But this, I think, feels like what makes sense right now with Trump floating the idea of taking it, turning it into Freedom City. They could literally turn this into, we're doing what you called us for. We're coming in to stop the genocide. All of Trump's side goes, see, we told you, Israel last, or whatever. None of which will actually happen, in my opinion. They'll simply take Gaza. They'll continue the same damn thing, go after the West Bank continually anyway. I worry that's what this will amount to. So let me reiterate. For all we know, this is the only way to stop what's happening, and they're going to genocide them whether we want to stop them or not. But Protect Palestine says we are witnessing the calculated extermination of the Palestinian people. We are. We've tried protests, boycotts, legal accountability. None of it's been stopping the killing. The only way to stop it would be through direct military intervention. And they go on to discuss this. Take a photo, put your thing out if you want. I mean, I don't want to support this for the obvious reason, but I'm not saying I don't understand where they're coming from. And just, what does it look like? Are you calling on the U.S. government? Are you calling on the UN? I mean, how does it actually play out? If it's the UN, Israel will never allow it to happen, and the U.S. will stop them from doing it. You know that's how it'll work. I don't know. Either way, I just want to put it out there so you know what's happening. And I get, if it does come to pass, we'll be prepared for it. I get the sense that this might be where this goes. All the stuff's included here, so you guys can check it out. But you get what I'm saying? That at the end of the day, it gives them the justification to go in there and basically regime change or, occupy and never leave, like they've done in Syria, like Israel's already done in Palestine. It's just the extension of the same problem. But I think it's obvious, guys, that people see this. And I think that's the positive note to recognize, is that the people are aware of this problem to such a degree that they need to drive it into something extreme. And it's the same thing we're seeing with all this. We need to take some level of it should be somewhat motivating to recognize that people out there, their minds are shifting around code or on Israel or on any number of things. And one by one, slowly, people have begun to push back generally on the power structure to point to where they need to manufacture events to drive you back into place. And I think it hasn't been working, and I think that's where we are. But I have a lot of faith in you out there listening. I have a much higher opinion, I think, of the average American than most people. And I think it's obvious reasons why we have a low opinion of it, because there's a lot of reasons to see and to express doubt. But I try to read between the lines, look through the crack in the door, and again, I see it 100 different ways every day. You can see that they're trying to make you feel that way. They're trying to drive you against your neighbor. They're trying to get you to hate yourself. Learned helplessness, trying to convince you that the only thing you can do is choose one of the people they present for you. I refuse to accept that. And I know you do too. So stand with me, stand with anybody else that's out there trying to call this stuff out for nonpartisan, objective accountability. It's coming, guys. I feel it. And I think that the worst part of it is that they're going to push back to the, like we're seeing, and it's going to feel like, I hate to have silly analogies, but the point is that it will become more difficult before it gets easier. We're seeing it right now. Nothing worth doing is ever easy. So please do not stay the course. Do not let up. Don't go out there and riot or break the law or whatever else, but just continue to awaken people to this. Do what you know is right. Stand with your principles and your integrity. It's never been a more important time. Thank you for tuning in, guys. Stay with it. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.